What's up, everybody? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. Hey, I hope you guys are having a good week. Hope things are going well for all of you out there in YouTube land or wherever you listen to this show at. Man, DC news keeps getting stranger and stranger with every day. Every day that I think, you know what? I think today we could probably have a day where we just talk about something different for once. Nope, because it gets weirder and weirder, and you end up down a rabbit hole. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go down that rabbit hole. That's right. We're going to be the Alice. Hopefully we find the Mad Hatter and a lot more here in the Poindexter Lounge. So stay tuned, sit back, get yourself a nice beverage, maybe a couple snacks. Why don't you go ahead and tweet out that you're watching Poindexter Lounge right now, or share it on social media, wherever. Tell somebody, call a friend, go old school, call a friend and say, Poindexter Lounge is on the air. It's time to watch. All right? Here we go.
Oh, nice.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh. If you don't know that already, yep, that's my real name. That's the name that was given to me by my grandmother and my mother. And throughout my childhood, it was a battle, to say the least, against kids and the harsh things that people say. But you know what? I grew into it. And it's just like life. Sometimes you got to grow into it. And now I wouldn't have it any other way. So my name is Enosh. It's great to have you with me here in the lounge. And if this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and all of us can get together and talk about the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those things get you excited, you found the right place. This was the place that you were looking for this entire time. You were off on a journey. You were out there. I know. You were out there searching for meaning. And you found it right here at the Poindexter Lounge. So please hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, hit that notification bell, gong, as it were, so that you know when we put out videos, all right? And also down in the links below, you can also find the link to our Discord server, which if you go and join that, you'll automatically get updated, not only on us, but all the people that we stream with and all that fun stuff. There's it notifies you all that good stuff of who's going live. And I got to add some more people to that, actually, people that we stream with. So, but welcome. It is good to have you all here with me tonight. I didn't stream last night. I was pretty exhausted. I didn't get much sleep. I got about an hour sleep going from Monday to Tuesday. But I'm a little rested now, and I'm going to do a little while tonight. And, hey, we're going to do what we are. RJ messaged earlier and said, oh man, Enosh, I wish I could be on with you. But I don't know if he's in the chat tonight or not, but he said, man, I wish I could be with you, but I got this full day tomorrow and stuff like that. I said, dude, I got to get up at 6 a.m. myself, but I'm committed. No, I'm just messing with RJ. But anyways, let's see. First of all, thanks all for being here. I do want to, first of all, thank all of those who support the channel. You guys are fantastic and awesome. And I can never tell you how much you guys really mean to us, but thank you to everyone who's a patron or a member of the channel. You guys have taken your viewership that further step and committed to the channel, and I really, really appreciate that. It means a lot to me, to be honest with you. And then also all of those who give super chats during the show, that means a lot as well. You guys keep us functioning, you keep us moving, you make it to where we can do the show and pay for the things that we need to pay for, like internet and all that good stuff. And then, of course, if you just want to support the channel in any way, there are links to those things down below as well. And, if you want to get a little something back for your contribution, we do have a whole line of different designs and different things in our store. You can find all those links down below. All right. And thank you. Yes, Cherie, these are the nerds you're looking for. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we also want to thank bullysticksdirect.com. Bullysticksdirect.com is a proud sponsor of the Poindexter Lounge and something that I'm involved in. Look, if you got dogs, you got to have treats. You got to have treats if you're going to have dogs. It's just the way that it is. Your dogs if you don't get treats for your dogs are going to get into your real food, and then they're just going to get treats anyways. Just the way it is. I literally once made a plate of sausage, left it up on the counter, thought it was far enough back that Wookie could not get to it. Literally came back like 5 minutes later, the entire plate of sausage links was gone. Wookie got his treat. One way or another, they're going to get their treat. But you can get some treats for your dogs at bullysticksdirect.com, where you can you can choose from a variety of different products and things that they offer there. Bully Sticks Direct treats and shoes. They're awesome. There's free shipping on all orders. You got a phone number right here where you can call if you have questions or things come up. Also, you can do auto ship and save that way, or you can use code Poindexter at your checkout to save 10% on your order. I mean, that's pretty cool. And so take advantage of that. These are people that I know personally. I know what they're doing. I know that they care. This is a family-owned business, has been for years and years and years, and really, really great people. And so it's all natural and preservative-free, no added hormones or antibiotics. There's a variety of different things. I know some people have said to me, well, I once tried this thing and my dog didn't like it, or, it didn't sit well or whatever. There are a variety of treats and chews and different things. It's not just one thing. It's not like, well, here's the bully sticks, like right up here, it just says bully sticks, right? But then you got braided bully sticks. You got turkey tendons, taffy gullets. And I know somebody was joking about, ooh, yummy, a taffy gullet. Well, I'm just glad they're not for me. But my dogs absolutely love them. And so they got tendons, they got like all kinds of different chews and things like that. But it helps alleviate boredom. It lessens anxiety. The dogs think it's fun. It's healthy. It's safe. And so you can pick from a variety of things. And like I said, if you use code Poindexter at checkout, you're going to save 10%. So go do that today. Go visit them at bullysticksdirect.com. And also follow them on social media. I do all their videos for TikTok and YouTube. So go subscribe to them over there. Okay. Let's see. Oh, also, speaking of people who give to the channel and support the channel, don't forget right now our giveaway is this bad boy right here. All you got to do is give a super chat or be a member or a member or a patron. And you're automatically in the running for one of our giveaways. We do giveaways for all of our members, patrons, and those who support the channel. So that's what this is right here. And you can see this Raphael action figure. He is pretty cool, let me say. It comes in this box right here. It looks like a cereal box, but it is not. It's suitable for hanging even. And it's got all this stuff in it. 31 points of articulation. It's got all of his weapons. It's got a couple of heads. It's got different hands and different things. It's fully posable. It's incredible. It even says it's got an incredible sculpt. So there you go. All right. And one last time, I am going to remind. Oh man, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? I was gonna mention the person who won our last giveaway because I have not heard from them yet. But we had this giveaway for Fantastic Four. Why do I keep saying Fantastic Four? Fast and the Furious 1 through 7 on Blu-ray. If I don't hear from you soon, I'm going to go ahead and we'll offer it again. Okay. Please contact me via social media at some point, and we'll get that to you. Okay. I'm going to say hi to a couple people in the chat, and then we're going to get right into our group. Oh, I had somebody in the back, and he is gone. Maybe he'll be coming back here in a second. But all right, we got Jared, Jar Jar's Faja. Good to see you. Cherie is here. Says, hey, Enosh and fam. Hey, yo, nerd chat. Is the Ezra thing real? Then how is this a full reboot? I'm so tired. Cherie, how do you think I feel? Think about this for a second, Cherie. Of all people, you've been here with me, man, for forever, right? And how much flack have I taken over various things? And I just don't know anymore. I'll be honest with you. I just don't know anymore. I feel like we could use the Magic 8 Ball that is available to anyone who gives a super chat tonight to ask a question. But I feel like we could use the Magic 8 Ball and we'd get pretty much the same response as what we would get from James Gunn sometimes. Look, James Gunn, I think is doing the best that he can to get the word out of what he can talk about. I think a lot of people are expecting a lot more out of him than makes any sense. But that is what it is. We're not at the point yet where he's revealing what the plan is over the next 8 to 10 years. But that being said, too, I get it that it's frustrating as a fan when you just hear all this stuff back and forth and some stuff is verified, it seems, and then some stuff is not verified, and who's in, who's out. I have a theory on this, honestly. The closer I get to this, and the more we talk about it, and the more I see come out, I have a feeling that some certain reports are just true now. And I'll talk about that a little bit tonight, but yeah, I know, Cherie, it's a lot. Let's see who else is here. Anchorman's here. Yeah, I didn't see his response. I saw the Joker pregnant thing. I don't know what even to make of that. I mean, of all the other stuff going on, the Joker's supposedly pregnant in the comics. I don't know. I haven't seen that comic yet, but yeah. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Good to see you, Ryan. Who else is here? Anthony Beltre is here. Anthony, you're welcome to jump right in. You can tell everybody over at Max's that they can pop in when they are ready over here. I don't know if are they still on? Hold on a second. I'm gonna message them all. Pop over. Whoops. Everyone, when you're done on Max's stream. There you go. That's our group there. Okay. So that's that. Anthony, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing really good, man. I took a little nap and I'm feeling pretty good. What's up, Darkness Under the Wind? I like it. You know, Darkness, you look a little familiar. You don't have a mole to kiss, do you? I have a mole right here. It's all right there. I tell people to kiss the mole when I make them mad. Oh yes, kiss it. I like it though. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing really good. Let's see. Who else is here? Benimus Prime. Hey Benimus, I saw your message, man. Benimus asked me like the most loaded question, like I think possible, and that is, it was something like, Enosh, why do you like Superman? Actually, I'll read it. Hold on a second. It is, hey Enosh, what do you like about Superman the most and why? Dang. like that's not a loaded question for me, right? I mean, what are you gonna do, man? That's just crazy to me. That's a loaded thing, because there's so much to that. But I'll try to give you an answer at some point here coming up. But I know, right, man? It's never a dull moment here, bro. Never a dull moment in the world of DC for sure. Also, let's see. Anthony Grigsby is here. What's up, Anthony? Happy New Year to you, sir. Love that guy. Let's see. Aaron Pritchard is here. Hello. Darth Scipio is here. Good to see you. Fourth 1000 is here. Good to see you, my friend. What's up, Chris? Good to see you. Happy New Year to you as well. Jason Nees is here. What's going on, Jay? What's going on, Fun? Good to see you. Let's see. Anyone else here before I go ahead and jump on in? Yeah, Enosh. Yeah, we'll just stream for a little while. One eternity later. 6 hours later, right? I know. It's famous last words. Anybody who's been around here long enough knows me. You know that I'm committed to the show. That's what you know. Like the other night, which was really funny, was I was about ready to like start to bring stuff to a close because we had been going for quite a while. And then Ray Porter popped in, and I am never going to stop a show when Ray Porter is going to come on, which was awesome because, Ray released that tweet of that picture with his Rebel Moon jacket on, and he showed it here first. Love it. Love Ray. Love Ray Porter. I'm glad that he maybe in Rebel Moon. I'm really excited about that. So that's really cool. Zeno says 8-Ball makes more sense than anything on Twitter. The trades. I'm telling you, man, you're true. It's absolutely true. What's up, The Watcher? Have no fear, The Watcher's here. I liked your TV show, man. I thought that was really great. What's up, Angie? Angie's here. Good to see Angie. Keely Chow is here. Let's see who else real quick, and then we'll jump in. Let's see. Okay, I think I got. Oh, the Dork Knight. There's my buddy right there. What's up, Dork Knight? Says I'm going to take a break from the DC news and speculation. I'm always good. The lounge when it's on. Hey, man. You know what? Well, you know, Dork Knight, that even if we're talking about DC, we try to have a well-rounded conversation about it. I try not to get too much into a bunch of nonsense, even though there's always going to be people who for some reason put words in my mouth. It's okay. But you know how I am. So even if we're talking about DC, we're going to have a good conversation. It's going to be a well-rounded nerd conversation, right? That's how we do here. What's up, Multiverse of Movies? What's up, Isaac? What's up, Isaac? You're always welcome. And what's up, Brendan? Good to see you, my friend. And Film Goblin is here. Give me just a minute, Gob. All right. Yep. He says, Benimus says, whatever happens with DC, I will be there at the theater day one or when I'm not busy. LOL. That's great. All right. Hey, Bat City Stuff is here. What's going on, Bat City? Says, hello, Enosh. When the world is full of poo-poo, be the pee-pee. Well, that's, I guess that's one way to look at it, isn't it? All right. That being said, folks, it is time to jump in with our panel and have this discussion. Let's talk about what's going on today. I'm sure we'll talk about a lot more too. Don't forget to make your thoughts known in the comment section tonight. And you never know where the night might go, right? So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while since this guy's been here. What's up, Saggy? Saggy, if you want to come on, let me know, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while since this guy's been on. I always like when this guy comes on. He is the originator of the idea. Well, yep. I mean, he's the originator of the idea for the electric mayo rack. So if I ever do anything with that, Thade's gonna get paid because he had the idea for the name. And then we have taken it, and I got some plans for it, actually, some scripted plans for it. So we shall see, and maybe Thade can lend some voices. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Thade. What's up, Thade? How you doing, brother?
I'm breathing.
You're freezing?
Breathing.
Oh, you're breathing. I thought you said you were freezing. I was like, well, dude, put a long sleeve shirt on, bro.
Respirating, breathing in, breathing out,
Got the breathing in, breathing out. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if it's trash, he knows about it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Anthony the Trash Man.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, man?
Happy New Year, Shri. How you doing?
And of course, he is the Godfather. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure Prime has got a lot of soul, but he's not necessarily the Godfather of soul. That's James Brown, right? But he's the prime Godfather. In a universe of Godfathers, he's not Godfather. He's not Godfather Part 2. He's not Godfather Part 3. He's Prime, the Godfather. And we're glad to have him when we talk about DC news. For sure. Welcome, Prime.
What's good, Enosh? What's good, everybody?
Hey, it's good, man. It's good to see you, my friend. Let's see. Who else? Oh, some people just popped in. What's up, Toronto Freddy? I'll tell you what. Look at this guy. Tis me born day. Hey, happy birthday, Freddie. Happy birthday, Freddie. Freddie is awesome. Freddie is a great guy. I tell you what, go on Instagram and search out Toronto Freddie, man, and follow that dude. That dude is awesome, man. He does a lot of different cosplay, but he looks great as Freddy Krueger, and does a really great job. So go follow him. I always like to give shout outs to various people and stuff who do a great job, and people that I follow, and I follow him. So you want to be there for Ezra Talk? Okay, well, hey, we're going to get into all of it. So here, I will send you a copy, my dear. I will send you a copy. Give me 2 seconds here. But how's everybody doing tonight?
I'm good.
I'm again alive. So,
yeah. That's always good. I'm what was that? What was that cartoon? Was it Family Guys? Like, we like being alive. We like being alive. It's like a bunch of kids. Like there's like something that's gonna happen. I think it's Peter or Brian has to make a choice, like who to save in a situation or whatever. It's like all these little kids are like playing jump rope or whatever, going, "We like being alive. We like being alive." Oh man. But lots going on in yeah, I saw that problem. So lots going on in the world of DC. And I guess right before we jump in, hey, what's up, Saggy?
Hi.
The world famous Saggy.
What?
Quoted on NBC.
What?
Film Goblin. Well, maybe. I don't know. It might have been. I don't know. But I don't know anybody else who's having all those other people on. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Hey, I want to apologize for the last time I dozed off in the last 10, 15 minutes when Ray Porter was on. And I woke up, I was like, oh shit, the show's
You know what?
over.
We were saying goodbye, Film Goblin, and I was like, I wonder, because I was having to get out of here, and I was like, I wonder if he fell asleep.
Yeah, I did.
But that's all right. Max has fallen asleep on air, like on camera before.
3 times in a row. Yeah, because it was getting late. That's why.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We were going quite late. Like I said, like I was ready to get off before Ray came on. But man, you know, look, I love Ray, and I knew that Ray had a lot to talk about that night, and we had a really great discussion that night. So
he posted that Rebel Moon thing that he showed us like last night, which was cool.
I know, man. Wasn't that cool? You know, and that was the cool thing was like, you know, he was here talking about it, and he just shared it, and I was like, that's cool. That's cool. So, you know, yeah, man, I'm looking forward to Rebel Moon, man, seeing some of our old friends that, you know, that we've come to know through this, you know. So, you know what? Hey, Jose, if you got a link to that, can you send that to me? If you're on Twitter or whatever, send a link to me because I saw him address it, but I didn't see him debunk it. He kind of skirted it. So if you got something that straight up debunks it, I would really like to see that actually. So yeah, send that to me because
the only thing I saw he debunked the Wonder Woman thing today.
Yeah, he debunked the Wonder Woman thing. Oh, who's trying to talk?
It was Prime.
Pretty much.
Who?
The other.
Ooh, his connection's not
Hey,
good.
Prime, your connection, man, doesn't sound very good, bro. Yeah, we can't hear you. I don't know. Is that Prime?
Yeah, that's Prime.
Yeah, it's Prime. Yeah, that's Prime.
Because his thing says he's muted. Okay, now he's unmuted.
Hey, Enosh, I gotta run off for a
Can
minute.
y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, bro.
Enosh,
Okay.
I gotta run off for a minute.
Can y'all
I
hear
will
me
try
now?
to come back with some other stuff.
All right, Thade, come back. All right, come back to us, Thade.
I think
Come
he's
back
also
to us.
lagging too. It's a little
Okay.
lag. He's got a delay.
Okay, Prime, yes, we can hear you now. At least I could just a second ago.
If my stuff is bad, just let me know.
Okay.
Sounds
All right.
better now.
Yes.
Sound better
All right.
now?
Now, what were you saying, Prime?
No, what I was saying is that he debunked the Diana part, but there's also the other elements that's in the actual article that he debunked as well. However, the Ezra Miller situation, that's going to be very, very controversial. That's all I gotta say. So that's going to be very controversial. Because there's a lot of things he talk about a lot of things on Mastodon that he don't put out there like that, and there's not a lot of people on Mastodon.
What's that?
Yeah, Mastodon.
What's Mastodon?
Mastodon is another social media platform. That platform is like for all the leftists where they go.
I downloaded the app for that, and I still haven't used it to try.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I
like
don't know
Hive and Mastodon is for all those, you know. So I just got it just to see what they be talking about and stuff.
Uh-huh.
That's just for because pretty much like any comic book writer or anyone that's over there. That's why DC. I don't know if everybody. I don't know this, but pretty much everybody that's at DC Comics, not DC Studios, DC Comics, they told everybody to actually a lot of higher ups at DC told them to get off of Twitter and go to Mastodon and Hive, and that is where they're going to do a lot more of their communications and stuff for that magnitude over there. Pretty much saying if you a leftist and you an idiot and a weirdo, this is where you need to go because we can't be over here with people that talk common sense. So we got to be over here. That's where they got to go. So that's where you're going to find all the nonsense. So,
Well,
yes,
I'm a centrist.
talk a
I'm a
lot of
centrist.
idiots.
I'm a centrist, and I see nonsense on everybody's part most of the time. So I just, you know what I do? I just keep to myself. Wherever I go, that is where I am. And I try to shine the light into the darkness and not curse the darkness wherever. There was a time where you wouldn't have found me on Twitter because I thought that Twitter's still filled with a bunch of weirdos and nastiness. So I don't know that anybody's necessarily gone. There's a lot of people who talk a lot of talk, but they don't necessarily keep up with it, you know. RJ says here he debunked the Wonder Woman thing and the notion it's only a 3-year plan. When it comes to Ezra, he didn't really respond. Just said he didn't hear what was reported by Variety about. Yeah, I saw that because it was RJ's tweet. That was the thing. It was RJ's tweet, I believe, because RJ asked him. See, I'm trying to find it. Let me see.
I found it.
Did you find it? Okay.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah. If you want to share it, and then I'll. Or you can send it to me or whatever.
I'll send it to
whatever
your
you
Twitter
want.
DMs. Yeah, I sent it to your Twitter DMs, the exact tweet that RJ put out.
Okay, yeah. So RJ tweeted him, and I mean, first of all, shout out to RJ, man. That's kind of cool. You know, he got
because he knows James Gunn, didn't you?
Oh, I know. You know, RJ's got his finger on the pulse of everything. You know. You gotta
hopefully not Andre Cedino either.
Oh dear God, no.
Oh
dear Lord.
I did not mention that
Why
name.
did you say that name?
Why did you say that name?
Just because I know he watches this channel.
That's why we don't give him attention. But
That's
thank
the
you.
reason why you don't mention it.
Gosh, man, I haven't thought about Andre Cedino in a while. Hey, Andre, what's up? What's happening, buddy? I don't know. I don't know if he'll call me some like horrible name all of a sudden and like make a video that 5 people will see.
That's the thing I don't get. Why? I don't get who can call you a horrible name, Enosh. You know, you're like the most how do I say, like the most Christian person in the world. You know what I mean? Like
so back to RJ's tweet.
I mean, I appreciate that. I don't claim to be anything other than just just me. But
you're just a good person, you know.
You know what? I don't even claim to be good. I just try. I try to treat everybody. I fail sometimes and I mess up. I'll even say this. Like there's somebody. I'll just say it straight up. I'll just say it straight up because I don't know if he's watching or not. But everybody knows that. Last year I had a back and forth with people that had to do with Syl and Mikey and others, and I still get people in here who talk about me and stuff like that. But Zod and I had a little bit of a confrontation, and I've known Zod for a long time, and Zod and I, went back and forth and stuff. But you know what? Zod and I just had a conversation yesterday, and I try to see the good in people, and and him and I had a conversation. I apologized to him, he apologized to me, and and I try to take people, at their word, and I look at it as you know what I mean. Yeah, I do have a line that like that you don't want to put yourself in harm's way, but when it comes to stuff like that, man, it's like all I can do is hope that we can all just be better. We got a new year, we got a new time, and that's what I'm trying to do. But I will say this: I know it's hard to believe, but there are people who don't like me, and you can find this shirt at our link down in the description below, and also have one of those.
I understand why some people don't trust what Syl and Mikey say about the reports, but I don't get the vitriol hate towards them. You know what I mean? It's just like, especially when they don't do anything wrong. It's just they just do what they do. They just do what they do.
Yeah, they do what they do. We're gonna do what we do, and we're just gonna.
If you don't like it, just ignore them.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Enosh's channel became a drama channel. Congratulations, you're me.
I was for a second, but I know that it's hard to believe that there's people who don't like me, but it is what it is. Here RJ tweeted, can you discuss at all the report from Variety, and we're going to read the Variety article in just a second, in regards to Ezra Miller, the notion that your slate is only 3 years worth of projects.
We don't see it.
Oh, you don't see? Are you serious?
No,
gosh, man, I hit it. I hit the button and everything. Jeez, there it is. Okay.
Boomer.
Oh my gosh, I'm hating. I hate this new thing with StreamYard that it doesn't just bring it up and you hit it and it does the thing. Okay, so so here's RJ's tweet. So it shows that RJ really did tweet this to him, and he debunked the Wonder Woman thing because this all started with Variety reports Wonder Woman will not appear in the first 3 years of the DCU.
I knew that was bull crap. I knew that was a lie when I first saw it. I was like, they just making up news.
Prime, that's basically been what the last 5 months of everything has been. It's just like Magic 8 Ball.
I mean, but
what's going on today?
but that's for people that really don't follow it as much. So that's pretty much for the general casual audience or people that just really not in the news like that. So they can put that stuff out there for those individuals that will actually believe it. But everybody that's pretty much, in it knows that we don't know anything that's going on until later this month. So until later, right. So until later this month, then we don't know anything on what he's going to put, what they're going to do with their slate or anything that they're doing. So
yes, Angie. Yes, I did. I hit the button. It just didn't take.
Yeah.
Normies. That's what I meant. The normies.
That's what she said.
What's that? What'd you say?
I said that's what she said.
What, did I hit the button?
And it didn't take.
And it didn't take. Yeah,
yes.
Sure. Why not?
Well, Gunn said a couple months ago, like Wonder Woman, Superman, Harley Quinn, and Batman is his top priority for DC. So obviously, that was bullshit. You have to have Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman together. You can have a Justice League team without them. That is dumb.
Well, no, that is the priority. The Trinity is a priority. The Trinity is the priority.
Yeah,
so I mean, people that's thinking that they're not the priority, they're absolutely insane. They're ludicrous. Idiots.
We're talking about Twitter. People believe everything nowadays.
Wait, Anthony, did you say Harley Quinn was included in that roster?
Yeah, he said that a couple months ago.
Oh God, they need to give that character a break.
Look, I love Harley Quinn, and as long well, I'll just say this: I love Margot Robbie in the role. I also love the Harley Quinn cartoon. I really like Kaylee Cuoco's Harley Quinn. The way that she voices the character.
We'll have one more season.
I love that show.
We're gonna get Lady Gaga.
I'll tell you, I am not looking forward, honestly, to the Lady Gaga thing because I just don't enjoy Lady Gaga, and Lady Gaga kind of weirds me out in a lot of ways. And you start talking about people.
I gotta wait to see in trailer.
I know that she's toned it down. She was out there, but she was out there wearing meat, suits and all that nonsense.
It was sexy.
I don't think that was sexy, hun.
I think she actually fits Harley Quinn pretty well. The
weirdness. There's ways to food, I'll tell you that though.
I don't know. Is it just me that I know this is like totally going off on a tangent and we got the tweet here and everything, but is it just me or is it like, do I feel like, I kind of feel like this whole Joaquin Phoenix, Lady Gaga version of them is like the boomer version of Joker and Harley Quinn. It just seems like they're older than
for people that have to understand what this movie is going to contain. It is his own entity. So it's a else world story. Let me repeat that. Else world. Let me repeat that.
Yes. Amen, brother. Preach it.
If people don't understand what else world means, it is an interpretation of the actual characters being utilized just in a different form of how you want to tell it. So the Joker has nothing to do with anything that's going to be connected about anything. All right.
Well, they're
gonna make it into a musical. We're just gonna see how it's going to be executed. That is what's going to be the key with it. Am I interested in seeing it? Absolutely. But we have to see how it's executed. So don't write it off just yet. Wait till we get a little bit more information about it.
And Prime, that's a great point with it. You know what? The only thing that bugs me about it, Prime, is that like when the Joker movie came out, like right here, Benimus just asked me, Enosh, do you think that the Joker movie is overrated? I don't know that I would say that I think it's overrated, Benimus, but here's where I come from: is that I went and saw the movie. First of all, I saw the movies that I was told that it related to, right? In kind of spiritual sense, like.
It's a good movie. It's just hold on though.
The movie what was the movie that they said it was related to? Gosh, I can't think of the name of it. Somebody in the chat will get it though. But anyway, so I watched all that stuff and then I watched the Joker. My problem is that Prime, I'm right there with you, man. It's an Elseworld thing. I could watch it as that. I don't believe that even in that world that like he's really the Joker. He does it. Just I don't believe it. There's the narrative.
The king of comedy.
Yeah, the king of comedy. Thank you, RJ. That's it. Yeah, and I actually really liked it. Yeah, in Taxi Driver, and so I really liked it. But the problem for me was that the narrative in that movie is not believable. Like it's not reliable. It's not a reliable narrator where you're told things, but then they're not true. And every time something good happens to Arthur in that movie, it turns out it's not true. And so at the end, I don't believe that the whole city was holding him up on their, shoulders and parading him around and stuff, because he shot somebody and all that stuff. I don't believe that. And I don't believe that Joaquin's Joker is a criminal mastermind, that would one day be able to do that. And then the timeline's all weird. So I don't know how that all works. But I just don't look at him as being the Joker. My feeling is, and that's why I liked it to just be one movie, because if it's one movie, like they said it was going to be in a standalone, it's more open to your interpretation, and you can always go back and look at that movie and have your own thoughts on it. Once you start doing a sequel, then you start solidifying the characters a little bit more. And so what was kind of maybe fluid becomes a little more ingrained. And so my thing was, I always kind of looked at Joaquin Phoenix's Joker as he's probably just a dude that is aware of things in Gotham, aware of maybe a Joker, of the Wayne family, maybe not Batman yet, but is like kind of imposing himself into that character, to trust me, Fourth 1000, I already got Joker canceled. Don't even my Joker reaction video to the trailer, I gave it a positive review. I got canceled. We did 35,000 views in just like a couple of days. And I had people and this speaks to what Prime was talking about. People don't understand what an Elseworld thing is. I had people trying to tell me that this was the definitive backstory of the Joker, trying to tell me, yeah, I still got the comments. I could put the video live again and bring up the comments again. Yes, people were trying to tell me, Prime, this is the best one, Prime. People were trying to tell me that in The Killing Joke, they revealed that his name was Arthur Fleck. And I was like, gosh. Tell me you've never watched or tell me you've never read The Killing Joke, watched The Killing Joke, nothing, without telling me, because that's not in there. None of that is in there. And this was before the movie even came out. And I even said, hey, this looks really interesting. I'm looking forward to it, whatever. I said, but there's just something about it that I don't know about yet. And man, I started just getting inundated with all these negative things. People tell me I didn't know anything about comics and stuff because Arthur was his name and he was this and that. And I'm like, you guys don't, it just revealed to me that there was a bunch of people who didn't know nothing about the character. And so, and then we got hit with a copyright claim on it. And so I just took the video down. I was like, screw it.
Typical Warner Brothers.
It is that people fail to realize is this. And when it comes down to the Joker character, and people are, how can I say, their ignorance is so bliss and it's laughable to me. The reason why Joker was a good movie, I'm not going to take it away from it. It was a good movie, but it's not for everybody. Yeah. I am for serious content. I'm into dialogue. I'm into that stuff like that. That's how I like it. I like my movies. I like them adult, mature. I don't need all that silly shit. That ain't my thing. But the reason why Joker was so successful is two reasons why. The first one and the main one is this. The name Joker is on it. And for a lot of y'all that don't understand what that means, I'm going to explain it to you. Joker, out of any genre that is out there, when it comes down to villains, Joker is number one because the general casual audience only knows Joker as one of the main villains in anything. You say Joker, they go crazy.
And they just believe it, Prime. They just believe, like for example, I almost got canceled on this thing too, and that is Heath Ledger. I thought Heath Ledger did an amazing job.
Exactly.
I love his interpretation of the Joker, but I preface that with the fact that I'm very aware that Heath Ledger's Joker is not the comic accurate Joker. He's not. He's a version. He does a great job. It's fantastic. I loved it, man. The Dark Knight is an amazing movie. But the problem is people see that in a film and then they think that is what a character is all about, right? That's and so at the risk of certain people saying, Enosh says that people aren't real fans. I get a lot of comments lately about that. Enosh says people aren't real fans unless they read comics. I'm not saying that you're not a real fan. That's not my point. My point is I think you're an educated fan if you get your information from multiple sources.
You're an ignorant fan. Sorry, I'm gonna say it. They're ignorant.
People in the chat are saying.
Listen. Before anyone comes for me, when I say ignorant, first of all, ignorant is not an insult. People need to stop getting offended when they say ignorant. When I say they're ignorant fans, it's that there's too many fans who sometimes complain about things but don't understand that it comes from a source material, and then they complain about it. And then when people say, "Well, it's from the comics," and they're like, "Well, exactly. If you don't know why a story and you don't understand it's from a comics, and then you say it's not canon, and it's like, no, it's canon because it came from the comics, then you're ignorant. I'm sorry."
And you got a point. You got a point there. If people really want to understand the definition of the different variations of the Joker, you need to read the 3 Jokers. That will give you a bona fide example. Right. That'll give you.
Well, there's people who are like, "I'm not reading it because Jeff Johns did it," and it's like.
They're just idiots when they say that.
I know you can't win with this stuff, Brian.
I know
you can't win. You really can't. Now,
if you want to talk about live action, even though Heath Ledger is the #1 top, if you really want to go with comic accurate Jokers from all the movies, die down. Take out Heath Ledger. The way the Joker acts and how smart he is, yes, but that's a version. If you really want to get comic accurate versions, it will be. And we should get it soon once the haircut come out. It will be Jared Leto's. I believe that because that's comic accurate. His version is comic accurate.
I know, man.
Jack Nicholson, that's comic accurate. Okay.
You mean Jack Napier?
There are things about Jack Nicholson's character that aren't comic accurate, but
the way that he portrays,
and he's the one who killed the Waynes.
Yes, the idea that he killed the Waynes obviously is not comic accurate, but I get what you're saying, Prime, because his demeanor, the way that he operates, his presence and his character in that movie is the Joker from the comics.
Yeah,
it just is.
Version of the one that now the Heath Ledger version, that's the version I like. That is the one that's in the shit. Which one is that one?
The Dark Knight.
It's the Dark Knight, but there's another version. It's another version. It's in the book, and it'll come to me in a minute. But the way Heath Ledger played that Joker was absolutely fantastic because it's complete anarchy. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So, and that's the beauty of the 3 Jokers.
Yes,
is it shows that throughout time there's been all these different Jokers. Yeah.
Yes. So. And people just don't understand that. And once you read the 3 Jokers, it's going to open your eyes, and you be like, "Oh, okay, now I understand." Of course. And there's still a lot of people that don't get it. They don't. Even when they read it, it's like, "Well, I don't understand." How you don't understand it? It's pretty much mapped out in the book.
And I'll close that out by saying, and I agree with you, Prime, because look, when I first saw Jared Leto's Joker, when there was that first picture of him, with the grills and right, it freaked me out a little bit. It caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting that, right? I don't think anybody was expecting that, but I think that there's just a lot of people that they don't take time, once they see something, if something is shocking to them or whatever, they don't get to know what it is and they don't give it a chance. They automatically just shut it out and they go, no. The reality is you're absolutely right. The way that Jared Leto's Joker operates is dead on Joker.
Yeah.
There's people who just didn't like it. And look, there's people who just, they associate it with the Snyderverse and they don't like Zack Snyder and they don't like all that, or they didn't like Suicide Squad, so they automatically just hate it. Give stuff a chance. Give stuff a chance. Except for Avatar 2.
The way he was done in the Zack Snyder's Justice League, he looked a lot better than he did in Suicide Squad. I think we can all agree on that, right?
Well, when the Air Cut come out, that's going to get debunked. That's going to be completely.
I think he looks fine both ways.
And you know what? I was going to say.
By the way, I see the super chat, guys. I'm getting to it.
The one thing I'll say that Zack Snyder did different is that if we had gotten Justice League 2 and 3, he would have given us this. He would have shown us both Batman and Joker actually working together. That's something we've never actually seen before.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That would have been a very cool thing.
In a flashback from 20 years ago, before he killed Dick Grayson. Well, Dick Grayson, I believe. I mean, it should have been Jason, but it's whatever. You know.
I mean, literally, we would have seen them working together, fighting against Darkseid.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that really bothers when people say that. Let me give y'all a little example, so y'all can understand. So
it doesn't bother me though.
No, it don't bother you, but the people where it does bother. I'm just gonna make it very quick. Yes, I understand Jason Todd is from the actual book and he got killed, but y'all have to realize is this: what is going to make you more emotionally scarred, and that's going to make you feel it more. Jason Todd was voted out by the fans because they didn't like him. What is going to make you emotionally scarred and make you feel it? If you let Dick Grayson get killed by the Joker, that's going to mess you up. That will mess up Bruce more than anything.
Yeah.
Think about that. It's more psychological, and I love it. I love it.
You know what the point of that story too is, Prime, is that things that people think that they hate end up being something about the character that they end up loving. Like you said, Jason Todd absolutely voted out. Fans hated him. I mean, the way that they wrote the character was just, they wrote him so that you hated him. He was just he was whiny. he had an attitude problem with everything. I mean, he was, and like, at least with Damian Wayne has like an attitude problem and stuff like that, but like he can back it up at least at some point. Like Jason Todd was just a whiny little brat, and people hated him. And so when it was like, hey, you want us to kill him? Yep, kill him. And then 20-some years, they bring him back as Red Hood, and now he's a beloved character. And now when people look at his history and stuff, they actually appreciate it. And so I would just say, don't forget that things can change. Levon here even says, I used to hate Jared Leto Joker, but as time went on, I actually think his Joker got potential. I just want my Ayer cut so I can see more. And I think that's really the thing, right? Is that there was something there. It ended up on the cutting room floor. It's very unfortunate, but there were those of us who saw that movie initially, and we saw what was there. I often say, like,
in the trailers.
There's people now who are discovering Batman v Superman, for example, right? And they're watching the Ultimate Edition. Maybe they never watched the Ultimate Edition before, and they're finally watching it, and they're going, oh, you know what? I get it now. I talk to people all the time who are like, I get it now about whatever. And the thing is, but then there are some of us who, even though we can acknowledge that, Batman v Superman is better in the Ultimate Edition because it's got the extra time and it's got the extra character development and stuff.
It flows better.
But there are still those of us who saw Batman v Superman in the theatrical, and we saw what was there. We got it, and so it is what it is.
Do you wish that Warner Brothers made the Jared Leto and Harley Quinn a movie instead of the Joker?
Yes. We mean instead of the Joker. Oh, you mean instead of the Joker?
Yeah, because that movie. Because if you remember in 2018 when they announced Leto Jetto, a spinoff from the Suicide Squad, it was going to be him and Harley Quinn.
Yeah, I wish that they would have had the Harley Quinn Joker movie. If there is one thing that I wish we would have seen more before they broke them up, would have been to see that mad love. Kind of,
we probably would have gotten that if they had released the Ayer cut.
Yeah, the mad love type story where they're doing crazy stuff together, which maybe we'll see a little bit of that dynamic.
But I guess,
it sounds like in the next.
But I guess behind the scenes, I guess Margot Robbie doesn't like working with Jared Leto. For whatever reason, so
traumatized her.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I heard about that. You know, there's ways you can make certain things work or whatever like that. But you know, Margot Robbie is that way. And before I lose my thought, what I was about to say, because Enoch brought up Damian Wayne or whatever. The reason why people can relate to Damian and the reason why his attitude and the way that he acts really works is for y'all people fail to realize he was in the League of Assassins. He grew up in that. So of course he's going to have that mentality. Ty didn't do that. Ty was on the street. So, you know what I mean? Ty was on the street. He was a cook and Bruce catered to him, but Damien has a reason. He was in the League of Assassins. Well, for the for the normies that don't know it as the real thing, the League of Assassins, the League of Shadows.
Right.
But yeah, I think those recent DC animated movies with him made his popularity go up a bit.
Right. So, you know, once you see it and now you understand it, that's what Damien. I love Damian Wayne. I love Damien to death. So, you know, and that's all I had to say before I forgot.
I didn't like him before those animated movies came out, to be honest.
And I agree. You know, a lot of people, they wasn't really feeling them at first, but once you watch the movies or you just read the books and you really get into it.
And that's because of Jay Oliver wanted to include him since he directed most of those Batman animated movies.
I mean, Jay Oliver, yeah.
Fourth 1,000 here. Thank you so much for your $5 super chat. Says the Batman would be a better movie if you took Patman out of the movie, beefed up Riddler's role, and made it a black label movie. Well, I mean, it's going to be. It sounds like. I mean, unless they make some silly change, which I really hope they don't do, and try to bring it into the main continuity.
They won't.
At some point. I really hope that they don't do that. But I will say, I mean, it's kind of like its own black label thing. Because it's a standalone. I mean, it's already just kind of out there.
Bell in the chat.
Yeah, you know, look, Pattinson. For me, I think the next Batman movie is going to be what really solidifies whether or not I'm going to be able to say, yeah, I like him or I don't like him. I was against all the people saying, you know, oh, he's going to suck, you know, just because of this and that, you know, making all the vampire jokes and all that nonsense. You know, I mean, have we learned nothing from somebody like Heath Ledger? I mean, Heath Ledger was in a bunch of, you know, silly comedies and teeny bopper movies. And then he comes in, man. And, you know, that's why I was against him for, like, you know, when I first heard about him. But
people didn't like Leonardo DiCaprio when he was younger too.
Yeah, I mean, so you know, people can change and grow as an actor. So I think it's very unfortunate that Robert Pattinson got treated that way. I do agree that, like, I would like to see Pattinson. I want to see how they do something to really flesh out him as a character. I just kind of felt like.
Yeah, there needs to be character growth in the next movie for him.
Yeah,
especially
I want to see more Bruce Wayne. I want to see more Bruce Wayne of his character. I don't want to see Batman. Bruce Wayne, give me Bruce.
Yeah, I want to see him grow.
If he's just the same thing and how he was in the last movie, I don't think that's gonna fly well with a lot of people.
Yeah. So okay, but let's get what. I removed it and then I got to put it back. Okay, here we go. So let's talk about this, and then we're going to jump into our discussion here. We'll read the article that this came from. But so today it was Variety reported that Wonder Woman will not appear in the first 3 years of the DCU at all, and then somebody tagged James and said, "Please debunk this one." And so James did. He says, "I hereby debunk it only because it's not true." And somebody said, I can't remember if it was in this or something else, but somebody else said, you know, this is what people got to remember, and that is that, like, just because a trade says it doesn't mean that it's true. People can still get bad intel, even if it's a trade, even if it's Variety, even if it's the Hollywood Reporter. Now, a lot of times they're gonna definitely source it better. Okay, you know, most of the time they're going to put in better effort to make sure that they're putting something, you know, correct out there. But that doesn't mean that they're going to be right 100% of the time. And it's not that it's, you know, that's the way it's going to be. Well, then our friend RJ said, can you discuss at all the report from Variety in regards to Ezra Miller, the notion that your slate is only 3 years worth of projects? And James Gunn said back, I don't know what's out there about Ezra, but our slate is 8 to 10 years. but we will only be announcing some of it this month. So we already knew that it was like a 10-year plan. I didn't think that it would necessarily, get all announced at once. I mean, obviously, it's only been a couple of months. I would highly doubt that they're just going to like put everything out there once. Some of the stuff may even be spoilerific, if they said, hey, we're going to do this movie at this point and this movie at this point. But he said here, like, so, because somebody brought up earlier that supposedly he had debunked the Ezra Miller stuff, and we're going to read what they had to say about Ezra Miller here in a second. But it doesn't sound like he actually debunked the Ezra Miller thing. He said, I don't know what's out there. I don't know what people are saying about that. He hadn't seen that, obviously, at that point. He said, but we will only be announcing some of it this month, and it's going to cover 8 to 10 years. So this is part of it. This is part of it right here. This is report James Gunn and Peter Safran's 3-year plan for DC will be a broad but not blanket reset. Aquaman, Shazam, Blue Beetle, and Peacemaker could all carry over, and some WBD execs are open to Ezra Miller staying on as the Flash. So now I think that some people are getting mixed up. If somebody says here their contracts are only 3 years, that means James Gunn and Peter Safran.
4 years.
Is it 4 years?
Yes.
Is it?
That's last time somebody.
Yeah, I heard it was 4 years.
Too. Okay, so I mean, they're in that 3 to 4 year range. I think some people may be getting that mixed up because I even talked about that, man. If they got an 8 to 10 year plan, they're going to need to re-up, at some point, because they're just going to get these things going, even if it's 4 years. They're just going to see the beginnings of this universe take place before that contract's done. Right. And so they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to do that. Now, let's take a look at the actual article and see what the actual article.
Siegel. Interesting.
Yeah, see what the actual article said. A lot of interesting stuff here about Dwayne Johnson, about Black Adam, and it's gosh, man. It's really interesting to see what was going on behind the scenes with this. So I'll just go ahead and read it, and then I'd like to get all your thoughts. Secret meetings, tequila, and Black Adam versus Superman. How Dwayne Johnson's bid for DC power flamed out. From chaos comes order, to paraphrase Nishi. And that is certainly the hope in the new year when it comes to the DC Extended Universe, which endured the most tumultuous 12 months of any studio division in 2022. Amid the upheaval, the release plan for the upcoming The Flash teetered following a series of arrests and meltdowns involving its star Ezra Miller. Closely guarded Aquaman deal points were laid bare in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial, and the $78 million Batgirl movie was permanently shelved in post-production as a write-down. All that was just an appetizer for an executive shakeup that landed James Gunn and Peter Safran in the DC driver's seat. But perhaps nothing was as dramatic as Henry Cavill returning briefly as Superman in a Black Adam cameo in October, only to lose the gig 2 months later. As 2023 kicks off, DC bosses Gunn and Safran continue to sift through the rubble and will soon reveal their 3-year, again, it's actually
10 years.
8 to 10 year plan, interconnected vision for the cinematic universe, which won't include Cavill's Superman or Wonder Woman at all.
Wrong.
Again, we just read the tweet that Gunn said, nope, that Wonder Woman thing is not true at all, that we won't see Wonder Woman. So, but things could have gone in an alternative direction. Behind the scenes, a different group made a play for control of DC. And we talked about this. We heard rumors about this, but there was nothing concrete that said that this was happening. But I think a lot of us always felt that there was something going on between The Rock and WB and stuff like that, just because the way that The Rock, the hierarchy of power is changing, and the fact that he fought for for Henry Cavill, trying to get him in his movie. We already knew that he went around certain people to try to get Henry Cavill in the movie. So this really doesn't surprise me. But not long after the war. Always talking crap. Not long after the Warner Brothers Discovery merger closed in April, Dwayne Johnson directly pitched CEO David Zaslav on a multi-year plan for Black Adam and a Cavill-led Superman in which the two properties would interweave, setting up a Superman versus Black Adam showdown, sources say. Black Adam producers Hiram Garcia, who is Johnson's former brother-in-law, and Beau Flynn also were part of the brain trust looking to take DC down a new path. Other sources confirmed the meeting, but downplayed any discussion on Black Adam's future. Before we go forward, I will just say this. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I really like Black Adam as a character. You know, I don't have a problem with Black Adam as a character. I thought The Rock, I always thought that The Rock would do a good job as Black Adam. I thought that if anybody was born to play that, it's probably The Rock, and I'm not a huge fan of The Rock, but I actually liked the movie. I didn't think it was the greatest movie ever, but I did like it. But here's the thing. This continued idea from The Rock.
Where's Shazam?
That we got a Batman v Superman movie, right? So the only Superman movies that we can get anymore, just like Superman versus this guy, Superman versus this guy. And so to try to hype it up that Superman versus Black Adam, that Black Adam is somehow this the end all be all of the DC universe. I'm sorry, that's not Black Adam. He is Shazam's villain. Literally, Shazam can take out Black Adam. And
in 10 seconds.
It's a fight. I get it. Not 10 seconds. They've got the same power set though. Yeah, they're dealing with a lot of similar things. So it just, to me, this idea. I mean, in the comics, literally, you have Superman a lot of times just slap. There's one comic where he just knocks Black Adam just down just easily, holding him at bay like nothing, because he's Superman and Black Adam is not. I don't care how physically prowess The Rock is in person in real life, it doesn't mean anything next to Superman. And I'll just say that because this idea, this notion that somehow Black Adam was going to be this major opponent for Superman. Look, I guess you can write anything, but it doesn't mean that it is. It says, although the move took place amid a power vacuum created as former DC head Walter Hamada and Warner Brothers film chief Toby Emmerich prepared to exit, it ruffled feathers internally, sources said. Dwayne went around everyone, which didn't sit well. Remember, it says that he pitched this directly to Zaslav. Didn't pitch it to anybody else, went directly to Zaslav. Eventually, a new Warner Brothers film co-heads, Michael DeLuca and Pab Abdi, approved a Cavill cameo in Black Adam, despite the fact that Emmerich had made the call in 2018 to find another actor to don the cape.
He hates Henry Cavill so much, man. I don't understand, bro.
Well, he hated everything that was Snyderverse.
I don't understand. Like Toby, bro. Why? Just because the guy wanted a little bit of pay raise? Why?
It's all ego. Why? It's ego. That's
so dumb.
Yeah. Now, yes, Superman and Shazam versus Black Adam was a dope animated movie. I agree.
Oh, that was
and I
amazing.
don't see why they couldn't have made it into something live action. They absolutely could have. Mr. SF Black. I absolutely agree. It was a great cartoon. And 4,000, I'm going to get to your super chat in just a second. But, it's just... Okay, so apparently Emmerich wanted to get rid of Cavill back in 2018. It's been that long. 3 years that Emmerich was trying to get rid of him. But Black Adam, which bowed October 21st, fizzled with a $391 million worldwide haul against a $195 million budget, plus $40 million in reshoots, scuttled any plans for more outings for the lightning bolt-wielding anti-hero, and officially ending the Cavill Superman era. Cavill parted ways with his manager, Johnson's ex-wife, Danny Garcia, this year. Thank God. But a source says it was unrelated to the DC drama, and she remains a strategic advisor to the actor. I think he just needs to move on because I think she's
moves on. She's terrible magic. Yeah,
I don't think she's done him any good.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Johnson Warner's relationship already was wearing thin after Johnson pushed for a producing credit on the animated film DC League of Super Pets, which opened in July, but did little to promote it. And that's absolutely true. I mean, the guy didn't talk about it, but he wanted a producing credit. And then, of course, spoiler alert, sorry, but he, Black Adam shows up in there.
Spoiler on Instagram.
Yeah.
He did promote it a lot.
Can I say, I think, Black Adam could have been a good DCEU villain had they just done, the Snyderverse story with Darkseid, finished that, and then they could have set up Black Adam to be like like how he was in Doomsday Clock, getting all the metahumans to take over the world or something like that.
Sure.
And they could have easily have done something like that, but that's just not what happened. Of course.
So the actor also insisted on a tequila bar at the New York premiere of Black Adam, featuring his Terramana brand, despite the film being rated PG-13.
Should have went to that premiere.
His demands increased, and the returns just weren't there. Notes another insider. I think that's The Rock's problem in general. Is The Rock acts like he is the world's greatest actor almost.
He's not.
He's not. I really loved the thing that came out today about Batista. Dave Batista saying, like, look, I don't want to be the next Rock. I want to be a real actor and be appreciated for my acting chops. Because Batista, man, we did a show about that like a week or two ago, talking about, man, Dave Batista is actually trying to learn his craft, be a good actor, and The Rock just keeps doing the same thing over and over again. My opinion, but okay.
He been for the last 5 years. He been The Rock for the last 5 years.
Still, box office analyst Paul Dergarabedian says Johnson found himself in a catch-22 with Black Adam. You can't have a more modest budget with this level of talent when this level of talent is involved. He notes of Johnson's track record. Budgets are commensurate of the talent involved. Something with a lower budget like Shazam is dubbed a hit because hits are based more on profitability.
He's right.
He's absolutely right. Shazam earned $366 million worldwide in 2019 off a $100 million budget.
Damn.
Yeah. DeGarabedian notes that Black Adam still managed to crack the box office top 10 for 2022. But he acted like it was a worldwide sensation and did all that stuff. And I'm sorry, but at $391 million on the budget that it had, it was not a worldwide sensation. Yeah. As for what else Gunn and Safran have planned for DC's future, sources describe it as a broad but not blanket reset. At this point, nothing is ruled out. Given that Miller has stayed out of trouble since beginning mental health treatment in the summer, some executives are amendable to continuing with the actor as the world-saving speedster after The Flash bows on June 16th. Aquaman, Shazam, Blue Beetle, and Gunn's Peacemaker series for HBO Max could all have a place at the table. Gunn and Safran, who were recommended by DeLuca, have the full backing of the WBD top ranks. Now, here's what's interesting about this. And I know there's a lot of people who are like, no, they're not going to go forward with Ezra Miller. They're going to ditch him as soon as they can. Remember, this is the first time in years that DC is promoting anything at the Super Bowl. There's been reports that the feedback for The Flash has been amazing, that people love it, that they're getting all kinds of positive, feedback from it, from test screenings or whatever, or people seeing it. Yep. And now they're dropping money into advertising this thing. Now they're
spending $7 million.
Yep. It remains to be seen how the general public will take it. But I'm telling you right now, we've seen, like, there were pictures that came out this week, and I can find them while you guys are talking here in a second. But, you know, there's pictures that was concept art that showed, you know, like all these different things across the multiverse, which I'm still hoping. I mean, I don't understand why you cut out, you know, a Gal Gadot cameo or a, you know, this
Christopher
cameo or that
Reeves
cameo.
is going to be in it.
There's talk of a Christopher Reeve cameo of some
from
kind.
There's
a picture. There's a picture of George Reeves. They're in that concept art. So I don't know, but I'm telling you, I think that if this thing satisfies an itch, if this thing scratches an itch, you know, I could understand it. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but I could understand it. Says, and in a testament to the notion that no Hollywood relationship is ever truly severed, Batgirl directors tell Variety that they are open to working with Warner Brothers down the road. We're fans of DC, and we get the chance in the future. And if we get the chance in the future to do something in that universe, we're never going to say no. LRB said at last month's Red Sea Film Festival. I mean, of course, our only condition is that the movie needs to come out.
I got something to say about that, but go ahead.
All right. So you know, look, a lot of back and forth there. You know, Dwayne Johnson trying to vie for control possibly of, you know, the DC universe and where it was going with Hiram and others. And it just looks like there was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of infighting going on. It makes a whole lot more sense now why we would have had the situation where, you know, he wasn't talking about James Gunn's work, and James Gunn wasn't talking about his work. Right? When all that stuff was going down, everybody was like, "Hey, it's kind of weird that you know, nobody has said anything here. James Gunn hasn't said anything about Black Adam and, like, you know, well done or any of that stuff. Never made a comment about it. And then when James Gunn got the job, there was no comment from The Rock saying, "Hey, congratulations," or anything like that. Okay, so I don't know. Fourth 1,000 here with the $5 super chat. Thanks, bud. Says Black Adam should have fought Shazam. I agree. There's also talk that The Rock refused, and this is what I think is weird too, because The Rock helped produce the Shazam movie.
Yes,
the first one. And I would have thought that because to me, and even in Black Adam, the Shazam mythology is very strong. So I would think that you would want a strong Shazam showing or connection to be able to hype up that fight one day between Shazam and Black Adam. That's what you want. But it says, who wouldn't want to beat the crap out of Zachary Levi? All right, so that's the story. That's what that's some of the stuff that came out today. You know, the possibility that and I still say it, man. This thing, like, if we're not fully walking away from Snyderverse characters, what the heck is going on? Why are we dragging this out, man? And acting like this is okay. I mean, we're gonna change Supermans, we're gonna change Batmans, but we'll keep the Flash and we'll keep Aquaman, and we're not gonna have Wonder Woman. And, you know, I don't know. So go ahead.
I'll tell you how this is going. How pretty much how this is going to go. I mean, I've been saying it for months. So they're going to recast everybody to the exception of a couple. I'm not going to get into the thing with the Ezra Miller thing because pretty much it's just the way that the industry is and the way they do certain things. Now that's going to be a backlash by itself if they, you know. So that's 50-50 with me with Ezra Miller.
Well, and don't forget those 10 Snyderverse projects is going to bring the Snyderverse to a close. Don't forget those are coming too. You know, within a 3-year period.
Oh my God.
All I can say,
I believe it.
Deborah Snyder, man, she was at Warner Brothers, bro. She was.
I believe it.
She had the meeting.
I believe it, Enosh.
You know, I'll put it like this. I'll say this. All right, I'll say this. There's a possibility that it could have happened. I know from a business perspective, okay, it ain't happening because for the simple fact is that they are with Netflix, with Deborah Snyder and the Stone Quarry. Okay, they're with Netflix, and until their contract is up with Netflix, they can do whatever the hell they want to do. They'll be a free agent, and then they can do all that business stuff. I get it, but right
Well, I
now
think it's
that's
just
not
too
happening.
much, though. It's just too much, though. Like it's like I said. Look, if you wanted to make that kind of statement, that like, oh, Deborah Snyder went and had a meeting or whatever, and we're if you guys don't know what that is, there was this rumor that was going around, and people were talking about that Deborah Snyder supposedly had this meeting this last week at Warner Brothers emergency meeting, and it was going to be 10 projects over a 3-year period, and that Stone Quarry, that's Zach's company, was going to sponsor it, pay for it, and whatnot. Most of it, anyways, along with Christopher Nolan. Okay. And all that stuff. And it was all over the place. But also the fact that it's 10 projects within a 3-year period at the same time that Zach's got a million other things going on.
Yep.
And other IP and stuff like that. Like, look, it's like I tweeted, if you're going to tell a lie, make it at least believable. Like, I'm sorry, but you cannot tell me that Zack Snyder is going to oversee it. Now, to be fair, it didn't say that he was going to direct them all. He was going to direct a couple of, but you can't tell me he's going to oversee all that stuff and do all this stuff at the same time he's doing everything else, and 10 projects in 3 years while you have another active DCU thing going on that they're trying to get off the ground at the exact same time, and a third universe with the Batman. Like, it's too much, man. It's too much of a lie.
It's so
just
much
way too much of a lie,
Well, the thing is, what people fail to understand. Let me finish on what I was saying, and everybody say their point.
By the way, here's Devin. By the way, I wanted to get him in real quick before you said that. Prime.
What's up, Devin?
What's up, Devin?
So,
okay, go ahead, Prime.
So the point that I was trying to make was that let's look at it from this perspective. Now, it's going to get messy regardless. So everybody needs to get ready for that. It's going to get messy. The reason why I'm saying that they may retain Ezra Miller and keeping him on, me personally, I think that once the movie comes out and the movie will be successful, I believe The Flash will be successful and it's done. Okay, they have to part ways with them. You have to dust your hands off of everything from the old regime. You have to, because you're gonna alienate so many people. It's just the way that it is. You're going to alienate just cast members, the audience and so forth. The general casual audience don't care because they don't know what the hell going on. They're just regular individuals. The normies, that's what I'm going to say. The normies, they don't know what's going on. But the fans, we know what's going on. So it depends on the individual. I believe they're going to keep Ezra Miller on just because of the actual what he represents and what he is about. Because that's where Hollywood is going, because he considers himself as non-binary, whatever the hell that is. But, that's what he goes by. So I think that's a catch thing that they think that people are going to gravitate to because that's what he refers himself to. Okay, so be it, whatever. But for everybody else, Gal and all that, Gal is going to get replaced. They're going to get all new people. Everybody's going to be brand new. Maybe except Jason Momoa, he might be Lobo. But if you're going to get rid of the top one, which is the one that started everything off, and you want to start off fresh, and this is what Gunn is doing, you're going to have to get rid of everybody because you're going to make it bad for yourself. You can't keep everybody. And the last point, everybody that's been on, that's in the Snyderverse, and everybody that's still on, that's still there, their contracts is too big. They're not trying to pay that. They gotta let them go. Their contract.
I think that's big. A lot too. Yeah, I was gonna say that same thing. Is I think that we're starting to see that look, maybe some of the money wasn't there. Yes. To do some of the stuff that they that maybe they would have even wanted to do. Who knows? Yeah, it just feels like there's a lot of different reasons why some of this stuff was not coming to fact.
There's a lot of people that's going to be mad.
As Ezra Miller's number one White Knights, I don't know why that became my title. I could honestly say, I've said this before, right? Like when I was covering the Ezra Miller stuff, the one thing I asked is like, okay, so what'll happen if Ezra cleared their name, right? Mm-hmm. Would that make a difference, or is everyone still going to be like, no? So, I mean, when we talked about it, remember when they said that they gave Ezra options, right? And they basically, we saw that Ezra took that option. The option was to get some help, and they were going to keep Ezra on. So if that's the case, if Ezra's getting the help if Ezra is doing what they need to do behind the scenes, is there a chance that they could keep Ezra? Because like I said, Ezra's the first Flash on the big screen. Okay, we have Flash on the little screen, but this is Ezra's role as the Flash on the big screen. And Ezra only did what? One movie? So, and this will be the second appearance for Ezra. So again, people don't understand that also these actors are under contracts.
Third,
okay.
He was in Suicide Squad.
Actually, 4.
Yeah, but I'm saying
those are little cameos.
He was in Batman v Superman, yeah.
But Ezra,
actually,
like
5.
But Ezra, like every other actor, is under contract. And we don't know the conditions of Ezra's contract. If this situation with Ezra breaks the contract, that's one thing. But again, there's too much information we don't know to just say, well, Ezra's out or Ezra's in. We don't know until we actually see the movie and see what happens. So that's pretty much it. I mean, and when people say, well, Ezra's gone, I'm not going to see it. DC's ruined. Again, you remember, like, so many actors have had their share of controversy. Robert Downey Jr., people. Robert Downing, he had a lot of issues. He was basically blacklisted in Hollywood for a while, and he came back and played Iron Man once he got himself cleaned up. And no one remembers about all the crap that Robert Downey Jr. did. Okay.
Well, and that's a great point. I saw somebody tweet out today. They were like, oh no, because they're not going to bring back. We don't need a criminal as the Flash. First of all, a lot in Saggy, I know you know this. A lot of all this criminal stuff. I mean, it's gone away. There's no,
has 3 charges got dropped, and it's only one that
charges have been dropped. Look, I understand that there was a point in time where he was being, where he had been arrested for one thing at one point, and there were all these allegations and everything. There were a bunch of allegations that were floating around.
Allegations, that's all it is.
But allegations are not truth, and this was my problem. This was why I had a problem back at the beginning of last year about all this stuff, about people just trusting in these allegations that, like, allegations are true. There's obviously something there, because the way that things were piled, it's one thing for like 1 or 2 things to come out and, you say, okay, he's going to have his day in court or whatever. But when you were literally every day, people were trying to say that, oh, look, he did something else and he did something else and they did something else and they did something else. And it was like, something doesn't sit right with me about all that. And, and like you said, we don't know. Well, and what I liked about it, somebody tweeted, they said, we don't want, somebody like that, a criminal as the Flash. And somebody said, well, you had a criminal as Iron Man. Right. And not only that, how many actors have gotten arrested for stuff, and then again, no one talks about it because, they like it. So I feel like, again, this is going to be a situation where Ezra's going to be in The Flash. The Flash might be a really good movie, and everyone's just going to forget about everything else because at the end of the day,
exactly,
it doesn't matter because, again, general audience doesn't give a crap, and the fans might give a crap, but again, y'all didn't care about Robert. Robert did a lot worse than Ezra, by the way. Just throwing it out there. Robert did some heavy drugs and was doing some crazy things. Yeah, I don't know if you know this. I mean, Robert Downey Jr. man was like literally breaking into people's houses and getting in bed with kids. What are you talking about, Darth? There was an incident where Robert was so drunk and so drugged up that he got into bed with a child and he didn't even know who the child was. And again, he didn't do anything, thank God, but Robert definitely did some bad shit himself. And look, I'm not saying that he is, I'm not saying that he's going to stay. I want to make very clear that I'm not saying that, like, oh yeah, he's going to stay the Flash, whatever. All I'm saying is that also, his Flash showed up in Peacemaker. Right?
Yep, it showed.
And that was during the time. Actually, that was when I was starting to talk to people associated with Ezra. That was before I had actually talked to Ezra, and that was one of the things that showed me that, like, I was actually talking to people who were associated with Ezra because they told me that cameo was coming, and I honestly did not believe it. I honestly, with all my heart, did not believe that Ezra was going to show up, and then when I saw that, I went, okay. And then Ezra and I talked. And I think, look, I get and this is not to tread old old stuff, right? But I think that diehard fans have put way more emphasis on Ezra's issues and things like that, and drawn these lines in the sand more so necessarily than Warner Brothers or others. Because like Saggy pointed out, and look, Saggy and I are a little bit closer to this. Saggy and I were part of some things where we had some information that other people did not have, and that's just the truth. That's just is what it is. But and a lot of that has come out. Some of it still has yet to come out, and we'll see what happens. But I do know that Warner Brothers, like you said, gave him some ultimatums, gave him some options, said, this is what you need to do, or this. And I saw somebody say today too, because people just start talking in hyperbole. They're just like, well, Ezra didn't take responsibility for what he actually issued a major apology and started seeking out the help that they needed.
Yeah, he went to rehab.
Yeah, he went into rehab. He also started getting the counseling and the help that they needed. And so all of a sudden, I started seeing all these people who were like, well, they need help. They need help. They need help. Well, then they're getting help. And then they're still like, but no, they need to be gone because they're a horrible person. And yet we didn't see that a lot of those we didn't see that a lot of those things even panned out. A lot of these accusations against Ezra didn't even pan out. So
hold on,
I don't know.
Enosh, because here's the thing. I see in the chat, listen, you guys have to understand, like, people could make mistakes in their life. And like, when I see people say Ezra Miller is a terrible person, well, Ezra Miller knew that there was some stuff going on. Ezra Miller got help. So how long are you going to hold Ezra Miller accountable for things that Ezra Miller already took accountability for? I have mental health issues. I have problems. I'm getting help. And that's why I'm asking for empathy. That's what I'm saying. I am understanding that my actions lately have not been ideal. I'm just
they came and went, Donovan. They came and went. The multiple court dates came and went.
No, right. And there's no forgiveness. There's no people getting better. And then you wonder why people choose not to get better. Listen, if Ezra Miller has health issues, do you think it helps when people just keep berating that and making it worse for that person when that person is trying to get help and you guys keep just beating them down over something they're trying to get better with? But yet you guys sit there and care and advocate and care about mental health. Zack Snyder chose Ezra Miller, knows Ezra Miller. And if you guys sit here and are cheering on Zack Snyder, okay, Ezra Miller has a really good, reputable record in the industry. Okay, Sean O'Rourke, who currently works in the industry, and Devin was there when this topic was brought up. What did Sean say? Ezra had a lot of improv takes. They liked Ezra Miller. Ezra Miller has talent, and they understand that people have issues. So at the end of the day, like, when are you guys going to start forgiving? Or is it just what you want and care about? Y'all care about mental health, but when you have an actor who has mental health issues, it doesn't matter. You just want them out. At least if you want them out, have it because you don't like Ezra Miller as the Flash, not because Ezra Miller has health issues and that Ezra Miller did stuff. As human beings make mistakes, because don't forget, actors are still people.
Well, that's the thing. They don't like him as the Flash, and that's why.
First of all, fourth 1,000. I don't know what I did, but okay, I'm messing with you.
Although I do love that Devin actually had good criticism. Thank you, Devin.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Devin here in just a second because he's been pretty quiet. So J Money, I listen. I understand that this is your opinion, right? But this is what I'm talking about, though. We are putting our own unknowledgeable opinions, right? Our emotion of not having actually had that conversation with Ezra. None of us brought Ezra in, sat Ezra down, and had a conversation about what happened. None of us have known. Some of us have known what's in these allegations, what's not in the allegations, what things were dropped once the truth came out. Right, Saggy?
Yep.
Okay. Stuff that like people backed way off of when they had to actually give account for in court. Just saying. But so I understand the emotion that this comes from, J Money, because look, at the time, it was a very frustrating thing. Trust me, man. When I would wake up and somebody because every time something new would come up, of course, I would get like a ton of DMs about it. You know, like, did you see this? Did you see this? Did you see this? So this comment, though, even if Ezra is found not guilty, which so far everything he has been found not guilty or has been dropped or is gone, except for the one case that is still the alcohol one, and that's a weird other issue. But he says you're saying here, I don't think Zaslav wants the headache. He's dropping Ezra. What are you basing that off of? Because you read some things? Because it's not based off of anything Zaslav has said. It's not based off any personal knowledge of Zaslav's opinion regarding Ezra Miller. It's not based off of anything that's actually been concrete that says, hey, we're done with Ezra based on those things, not necessarily because of the story, but we're just done with Ezra. That's not based. It's based also on your own opinion of what you think happened or is going on behind the scenes. And I don't say that. And J Money, I love you. So J Money is a longtime friend of the channel. So I'm not trying to single you out, and I hope you know that. But I'm saying is like we can all get caught up in that sometimes, where we can all get caught up in, well, this is my emotion, so we put that off on others. Like I don't like this, so Saggy doesn't like this. Or I feel this way, so Prime feels this way, or Devin feels this way. We all have different opinions, and the thing is maybe that thing that I'm all upset about, maybe Devin has a totally different insight into it, knows what's going on, and Devin's not sweating it. Like I'm really upset about it, but Devin's like, no, Enosh, that's not what really happened. Have you ever had a situation like that, guys, where like something happened amongst friends or whatever, you're really upset about something, and then you end up talking to somebody and they go, yeah, well, that's not really what was going on.
Well, I will say this because I just asked and I was told I can say it as, I take this with a grain of salt, but I'm pretty sure if this is a correct source that Ezra's not going anywhere. But my point being is like, here's the thing.
Are you getting paid?
Yeah, I got it from Tik Tok. The thing is that if they were going to get rid of Ezra, they wouldn't have given Ezra options. They gave Ezra an option of how to handle this controversy. If they wanted Ezra gone, they wouldn't have even given Ezra the option or even made it public that they gave Ezra an option. And so obviously Donovan, we know that because Ezra took an option. Yeah,
and Donovan, I understand what you're saying, but this is not just like this is not just a source, okay? That I was involved with. It's not just a source that Saggy was involved with. We literally had to sign NDAs. It was as close as you can possibly get, and that's all I'll say. So no,
I'll say this.
The information that we had was not something that could have led us astray. I understand that can happen. Absolutely, it happens. People get bad info and intel all the time. As far as what we were privy to, no.
By the way, Saggy didn't sign an NDA. Saggy just knows how to keep his mouth shut.
Oh, you didn't sign it? See, I did.
I didn't sign that.
I did. So I thought you did too. Okay. Well,
no, I did not.
Then Saggy's out here able to say
Saggy
anything.
Got paid.
So for the right price.
Things, but again, I know when to shut my mouth.
Now this I will agree with. I'll agree with. How do you keep Ezra but drop Cavill? If Cavill's gone, so shut up. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. I mean, again, it could depend upon the story, but I don't understand how you put a younger Superman in with all that. Right. First of all, I also want to bring in Max. Max is here. What's up, Max?
Hey, wow, Saggy's getting around.
Go to sleep, Max.
No, sorry, Saggy.
J Money, real quick before I forget.
Hey, Max.
Before I forget, just J Money, real quick. You're right. They do still need to make money, but if you didn't hear that the test screenings for the movie was very well received, and again, you're right. They do need to make money. So I think waiting to see how the movie does also will give you an idea. As far as I know, Ezra's not going anywhere. But again, I don't really know, right? That's just what the word on the street is. And again, this is, take all the information with a grain of salt. We won't know until the day comes when the movie's released and we get that feedback.
Yep. Jose here with a $4.99
But then we also have
super
to know
chat.
if they're doing a full reboot or not.
Yeah,
exactly.
Real quick, I want to read these two super chats, and then I want to get Devin in here, and then also Max. Jose here with a $4.99 super chat is a great point. Says Anthony Starr, aka Homelander, beat the crap out of a chef, was arrested, and was doing press tours, but no one cared, huh? And I think Venomous
people
answered
like
it.
him. That's why.
Yep, and I think
Jose,
Venomous
I love
answered
you.
earlier is you know what? People there's a lot of people of a certain type that respond to that, and yeah. I mean, it's the same thing with
all
Robert Downey
bias,
Jr.
too.
It is. There's a lot of bias when it comes to this. But Jose, I feel you, man. I definitely feel you. And then Fourth 1000, he was making the joke earlier, and he says, "I was just kidding. I knew you were. You were for it."
Can I bring up something? If we're gonna be all be forgiving of Ezra, are we gonna be the same for Amber Heard as well?
I don't care
Look,
what she did, to be honest.
Honestly, I have never once been on this thing. I think that both Amber and Johnny Depp are full of crap. I think they were both abusive to each other. I didn't get involved in that stuff. No, I did not grow a huge YouTube channel off of the plight of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp and Britney Spears and others, because I thought it was absolute nonsense. And people taking personally something that happens to Amber Heard or Johnny Depp and acting like, oh my God, I love him so much, and they're just blah, blah, blah. I don't give a crap. And here's the thing. When I go to see a movie, as long as somebody's not doing something that we can show is hurting others, or whatever. Look, if somebody, like, look, for example, what's his name who played Lex Luthor in Superman Returns?
Hackman?
No, Superman Returns.
I think the less we know about talent, better.
Kevin Spacey turns out did a lot of really bad stuff, right? You know, so obviously there's things out there that are like that, but you know,
hold on. I will say this, right? When it comes to Amber Heard, since you brought it up in comparison,
thank you, Jeff.
Amber Heard ruined her husband's career, and she got to keep hers. I think it's fair to say after everything came out, because again, we got to remember not to go too deep in the Johnny Depp, but I will just say this. The only reason why Johnny took her to court was to save his career. He knew that relationship was bad, and he could have outed Amber Heard and came out before she did and said, hey, this relationship was abusive, but he didn't because he loved her and he wanted to move on. But it wasn't until she ruined his life and ruined his career is where he had to do something. So I think it's fair to say it's not about forgiving Amber Heard. It's more like, hey, you ruined your husband's career and you lied because you weren't completely honest about that relationship because you also were abusing him. I don't have empathy for her that she loses her career after she caused her husband to lose it.
But how did
Ezra, hold on. Jay, Ezra did speak for himself. Ezra issued a statement. Ezra did those things. And you know, and then there's still people who don't want to forgive or don't want to whatever, you know. And look, people can hold all the grudges they want to. Here's the silly thing about it: holding grudges against people that you don't even know, you've never met, you never will meet, you have no inside information whatsoever besides what you maybe read or hear on a video or whatever. I think that it's kind of like our world right now that we're getting, you know, very bent out of shape about stuff that really doesn't even affect us personally. Now, that being said, I'm going to blow him up here so that I can get his take on it, because I know every time I try to go to him, everybody says, well, can I say something? Devin, it is great to have you here, first of all, bro. Thank you for being here, man. And so I love your intake on stuff. I love your intake on stuff. So
thank you. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. I think most of you guys have pretty much said what I was going to say. I mean, talking about Ezra, like, I think it would be supremely messed up if, like, they gave him these options to, you know, chart a path to come back, and he walks down that path. He goes to seek help, you know, doing therapy. He's staying out of trouble, and all of that. And if he goes down their checklist of things that they lay out for him to do to, you know, get in their good graces, and then this movie comes out and it does well, I think it would be supremely messed up if they just still turned around and cut him off after that. Like, that would be bad. I think that would be bad. I think that, you know, charges have been dismissed or dropped or whatever for a lot of what he's been accused of. That's fine. That's one thing. A lot of talk about Robert Downey Jr. I think that's a fair comparison because, you know, he had a pretty checkered past himself before his own reclamation project. I do believe in rehabilitation. I think that our society is kind of, or at least theoretically, it's built for rehabilitation. It's built on the philosophy of second chances. I think that, you know, I get the sense that given the quotes that had come out in the media about, you know, from, you know, executives, I guess, who were talking about the potential of keeping Ezra Miller on board. I know Max definitely has a different opinion than mine on that, but I got the sense that was all about like laying the groundwork for keeping him after the Flash. They seem to think they have a hit on their hands with the Flash. Like, we've been hearing nothing but super positive things about it for
something's
some
in that
time
movie.
now.
Something's in that film, yeah.
And they seem pretty juiced up about it, and more so than any other movie that they.
Of course they are.
Well, no, Max. It's not just about them wanting to promote it, because they had plenty of other movies they could promote.
Max,
like
stop being negative.
They just didn't do it to this level. Like, there's something about, and I don't know what it could be. You know, and you know, Saggy mentioned that Ezra Miller has, you know, previous, you know, experience with James Gunn. You know, there was actually, you know, a quote from James Gunn, you know, talking about working with Ezra Miller in the Peacemaker scene that he had an appearance in. And he talked about, he said, this is quoting James Gunn. He said, I have tons of stuff that I didn't use. Ezra Miller went on, and I'm not kidding, for 16 minutes about Aquaman having sex with the fish. It was really funny. Like, he recorded 16 minutes of Ezra Miller just riffing, you know, and had a blast. It would be awesome to release it. I would like to see, you know, what James Gunn thought was so hilarious about Ezra Miller's
you think it's okay that they make sex jokes about Aquaman?
Well, yeah, and then there's that too. But it at least shows that, you know, James Gunn had some level of positivity in working directly with Ezra Miller. So if there is an interest in keeping him on board, that has to factor into it to some degree. So I think that, in my view, I think that they're trying to lay the groundworks for, okay, he's staying out of trouble. He's doing the right things. He's going to therapy and all of that. These charges are quietly going away. People, one of your chatters mentioned the Homelander guy getting popped for roughing up a chef.
Anthony Starr.
Yeah, and I just didn't recall ever seeing that in the news to begin with. I just don't know if that dude's name has the same kind of weight that Ezra Miller's name had. But like, whether or not it does, you know, that dude paid a fine and stayed out of prison. And so long as it wasn't occupying the headlines, then yeah, I mean, you got to remember that a lot of these businesses are amoral, if not immoral. Like, they don't care what kind of crimes you commit if you can make them money. So there's also that component to it too. You know, like, there's a lot going on that I think works more in the favor of Ezra Miller coming back than them cutting him off, you know, completely. If they really do think that the Flash has the potential to be like the blockbuster they seem to be slowly hyping it up to be. Like, they're going to be spending Super Bowl ad money on it. So
$7 million.
They think they have something here, and they wouldn't be spending that kind of money, you know, potentially talking up Ezra Miller, if they didn't legitimately think that there's a good possibility that they're going to do stuff with them post Flash.
I completely disagree.
Which is funny.
Okay. Well, we're gonna get to. Hold on a second, guys. We're gonna get to. I want to get to.
I love you,
Max here in a second.
First of all, fourth $1,000 super chat. Thank you. Says, come on. Depp starred in a movie called Tusk. His career was already over. Tusk 2 coming 2020. And then
wait.
Larry.
After this one, I gotta go.
Okay.
I gotta say something.
Okay, and then Larry with a $5 super chat says, Happy New Year, Poindexterverse. Here's hoping they don't keep Cena, Robbie, Levy, and Gadot, because that would be super weird. Much love, everyone.
Happy New Year to you.
Listen, okay, I'm arguing with the chat because everyone's like, Johnny Depp. Listen, I'm just saying, the Pirates franchise with Johnny made that franchise. Like, a Pirates movie without Captain Jack Sparrow is just freaking weird. Number one. Then on top of that, his role in the Fantastic Beasts. I mean, again, it wasn't. I'm not big into the Fantastic Beasts franchise, but like he lost little franchise roles over that. So like I get it. He had a few movies that didn't. Like every actor has a few movies that aren't that great, but to say his career was declining, like bro, he still had the Pirates, he still had Fantastic Beasts.
I'll go back.
So like, I don't know, man, y'all are tripping right now. And then Tim Burton hasn't had many good projects. Like what? Wednesdays was great. I know you said Wednesday. I'm just saying Tim Burton movies are fire. What you mean?
Yeah,
I haven't seen
he hasn't been good since the 90s.
Nice shirt,
his stuff hasn't been that bad.
I got my Nuclear Man shirt on tonight.
Harsh critics in the chat tonight, y'all.
I'm about to go Nuclear Man.
Yeah, Jose, I did read you, but I'll read again. It said Anthony. We talked because that's what we were talking about. Was Anthony Starr, aka Homelander, beat the crap out of a chef, was arrested, and was doing press tours, but no one cared. Yeah, I actually addressed it. I said quite a bit about it. So, I gotta agree with that, Saggy. I mean, the thing is that, look, everybody. Somebody may not be at the same level that they once were, but I mean, somebody like Tim Burton. Tim Burton's been working. Tim Burton's put out stuff, and Tim Burton's stuff is like classic.
Batman,
right? Ooh. I mean, but between Batman and he had a bunch of hits between the late 80s and early 90s and stuff like that. But he's also got, things like The Nightmare Before Christmas that is like now a classic holiday thing, So I mean, so there are all that stuff. Now, we got Max here. Max, I'm guessing from your dissensions that you have a different take on it, and so we definitely want to hear everybody's take.
I want to clarify that I love Devin. He has some great takes. I just disagree. I think this is typical Warner Brothers dangling the carrot. Well, maybe if you go support it. Well, I don't trust Zaslav. It's not that I don't trust Gunn. I don't trust Zaslav that even a new plan, that if it's not immediately successful, he'll show the confidence to keep continuing. I really don't think, honestly, that the Ezra stuff matters anymore if it makes box office, but they're just teasing you. Well, maybe we'll see what happens and get you to pay for the tickets for the Flash for basically a slate that doesn't seem as important as it used to be. These are extremely delayed movies. We don't know where it's going from, and they're just like dangling it there. Well, maybe we'll get to stuff that you want to. We'll see. Don't be so hasty. We'll see, and then they're going to make the decision after the Flash box office the first weekend. That Monday morning, that next week, they'll know what they're going to do. I wouldn't think.
You're not watching it.
I'm not, unless the Flash trailer is amazing. I don't think I'm going to go right away. I don't need to. I don't need to go rush out to these movies unless the slate is really impressive that Gunn that presents to everyone. And I would like a professional presentation. I don't think that this slate should just be announced on Twitter. I mean, because we're not getting a lot of confidence here with all this back and forth on social media. Yes, the social media presence is important, but it's also getting annoying.
But like, okay, it's be on Twitter.
I didn't say that. I'm saying I hope it's not. I hope it's a professional presentation, so garners some confidence and set some things straight. I think that everyone deserves that too, especially the people that aren't moving forward. If you're not moving forward, I say, okay, well then show us in a professional manner what you're doing and convince us and get us back on board. But this, all this uncertainty, and I don't think this is good PR these last couple of months. I feel that people are so wound up in the dunking on Snyder idiots that they missed the whole picture, that a lot of this is not potentially good press for people that just want to see Superman. And I'm not saying just Henry Cavill, but Henry Cavill transcended the Snyderverse. A lot of this stuff, people loved Gal as Wonder Woman, regardless of whatever. That first Wonder Woman was a watershed moment for superhero films. That and Captain Marvel. People love that, Devin, the first Wonder Woman. It almost made $1 billion.
No, people liked it, but Watershed is a bit of a
for female superhero films. Yes, a solo superhero film with a female. Yes.
I liked Elektra.
Oh God!
Oh my God!
I know,
Good Jesus.
But I just don't trust Zaslav at all, even less than Hamada. Like I don't
Max on this.
I don't trust that he's going to continue anything, and it really doesn't even matter. I'm very happy that Ezra's getting help that they need, and I'm glad that things are calming down. But it really doesn't mean shit. Is that box? Yet he doesn't care about your feelings or what you've done. Whatever happens at that box office is what he's going to make the decision on.
Yeah, he's a business guy. He's a money guy.
Yeah. So, but I doubt there's any plan to continue Ezra unless it blows it out the water, like the box office of Flash. Like really, whoa.
And he's proven to already be reactionary too. So.
Yes, he's extremely reactionary, which is par for the course with Warner Brothers.
Yeah, that's part of why I feel like my opinion, because like again, I don't think that they would be willing to pony up the money they're ponying up to advertise the Flash for the Super Bowl if they didn't crunch numbers and do all of the surveying and focus testing and come to the determination that this movie has the potential to make us a ton of money. Like these guys, they don't act on emotion the way that the fandom does. Like
I think they do.
No, they absolutely don't. Like if anything, like the past several months should clearly show that they don't, because they have been doing tax write-offs.
Do you really believe Warner Brothers on anything they say about their own DC properties, though? To be honest, it's like they'll say it's good, of course, but then when it comes out, it's like, oh wait, that didn't really meet.
It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter what they say. What matters is what they spend money on.
See, that's where I am, Devin. Is that I don't give a crap of what they say. They can all say this new movie is going to be great. This new universe is going to be great. This is going to be fantastic. That's fantastic. Blah 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 blah. What I do see is in a time where Warner Brothers doesn't have a lot of money to be putting into projects and into things and into actors and into stuff, the fact that they are making a commitment to the Flash does make me feel like there is something there. And I think that I think with hearing Muschietti talk about the film and like his passion for the film, obviously there's always that stuff, right? Of like, oh yeah, this film is so great to work on this, with this person, that person, whatever. And nobody sets out to make a bomb, nobody sets out to make something that sucks. But that being said, I do think the studio, I don't think that they're just blowing smoke when they say that they think that the Flash is something, because they wouldn't put the money to, if they were just going to write it off and it just wasn't even going to be that big of a deal, they would just go, nope, okay, hey, we'll just let it come out. We'll just do the regular advertising. And that's the thing, you do suck. No, Black Adam did not have a Super Bowl ad. They haven't done a Super Bowl ad. Warner Brother hasn't done a Super Bowl ad. And how long was it? It's been like what?
17 years. That's what
17 years or something like that. Yeah. So it's been a long time, supposedly, since they've dropped a Super Bowl ad. Right. So that's the only reason I think that there might be some. I'm not saying that it's going to be. I don't know that it's going to be. I'm not necessarily convinced that it's going to be. But the stuff that I hear, I know there's some people who are really super mad, for example, that Christopher Reeve, like we're looking at this, concept art, right?
Oh, he's back from the dead, Enosh.
But here's the thing. I look at this concept art, and there's people who are like, oh, no, this is all just a nostalgia play. No, it's a multiverse play. And you know what? I'm there for it. I've always said that I would want to see something like this that crossed the multiverse of DC stuff, that you could connect every DC property, everything from the 60s Batman to Christopher Reeve to George Reeves. I mean, George Reeves, look, he's right there. I mean, he's right there on the right. George Reeves is in this picture.
Christian
right here.
Bale, that's Christian Bale right there.
This isn't Christian Bale.
No,
that's
the other
George
one.
Reeves.
Where's Christian Bale?
Where's Christian Bale?
The guy with the face, with the nose, like
right here,
next to Batfleck.
So Batfleck's right here, right? Yeah. Where's Christian Bale? This is
that looks like Keaton.
Yeah. That's Keaton.
Yeah.
You got a couple of Gal Gadots here, or 3 Gal Gadots here. That looks like the Snyderverse stuff back here. You got 2 Terrence Stamps over here, 2 Christopher Reeves.
Yeah, I was going to ask, why is there 2 Christopher Reeves there?
Well, I think that this is just well, you know what it might be? It might be the difference between the Donner cut and
I was wondering if one of them is Brandon Routh or someone.
No, because they're both Christopher Reeve. One, you know what? It may be the difference between that because those would be in two split off universes, right? Yeah, two different continuity. You know, I don't know what it's supposed to represent, but
maybe one is the bad Superman from Superman 3 when he fought himself.
Could be.
I don't know.
I heard that Christian Bale is here. Hold on, who is this right here? That's a Batman right there.
I had my doubts that Christian Bale would be on this.
It looked like Batfleck. That's Batfleck right there. No, that's Cyborg.
Where's Cyborg?
No.
What? No,
Cyborg.
I'm talking about this right here. This right here.
No,
you see that?
I don't know.
Let me ask you this: do you see any of the Watchmen characters on that?
No, that would not be in the main continuity. That's out of it.
But neither would the Christian Bale Batman.
Well, it's DC multiverse or something, I guess.
Oh, there's Christian Bale. Okay, I see the face here.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Now, is that Christian Bale?
Yeah, because of it looked like he's wearing the Dark Knight.
It looks like Val Kilmer, probably.
No, that's
not. I think it does. I think it does look like Christian Bale. The mouth looks like Christian Bale, but it almost kind of looks like the Flash outfit from John Wesley Shipp's Flash.
By the mouth, it looked like
Christian Bale. I don't know who this is. That kind of looks like Christian Bale. I don't know. Anyways, the thing is like when I see a picture like this, this is exciting to me. I think that this is cool. As long as this doesn't become the main focus, like where we're trying to, show it all. I mean, I was super excited when the CW shows started doing crossovers like this. I thought it was cool.
I like it how they stand in on the Justice League battle because it looked like the stand on like the Snyder cut version of the Justice League battle, not the Justice League, because it would have been colorful. So I like how this, and that's Dark Flash right there running on the mat, like right there next to the two berries. So it looks interesting. Yellow Lightning and Blue Lightning. So I hope Grant makes a cameo in the movie. That's why.
And the thing is that whatever trailer they show for the Super Bowl could have some version, maybe not as exposed as this, but some version of this, is part of the trailer, just so they can get people talking.
Right.
Yeah.
True, Andrew. That's true. Yeah. That's a cool.
Yeah, no, Jose, that is George Reeves. That's absolutely. I mean, and look, Affleck played George Reeves, so. But that, so I understand why it would look like, but that's George Reeves. That's not Affleck. Affleck does look a lot like him in that movie.
He does, he
does.
But
we could see Affleck dress up as George Reeves in this.
That'd be cool too. Look, I'd love to see the Linda Carter cameo, man. I'm down for the cameos.
Where's Dean Cain at?
Yeah,
I'd be down for that too.
And Tyler,
where's Brendan Ralph?
This is a deep cut, but Rational Skeptic says, "Where's the 1997 JLA from the CBS pilot?"
We could probably see Nicolas Cage as Superman in this.
That would be cool.
I would want to see that too.
There's so many people.
I mean, look, if we're talking about a multiverse movie, right? If we're talking about a multiverse movie, I'm down. What I don't want to see is I think that it's unfortunate when people just look at this and and I've had my own concerns. You guys all know I grew up with Christopher Reeve, but I've talked about it on the channel several times about my dislike of how people who are big Christopher Reeve fans hate on any other version of the character. And I also don't like it when people hate on Christopher Reeve's version because he served a purpose. I don't think that he's the only version of the character that can ever be, but I still love Christopher Reeve. I love his portrayal as Superman. And so why wouldn't I want to see something for that character?
Same here. That's just, I just don't get why this mindset is that we have to play favoritisms or it's only this thing and nothing else. It's just you're just damaging the brand by doing that, Sure. It's that death grip that William keeps saying, that death grip.
Well, it's a mental thing. It's a mental thing. Like I said, this isn't about a superhero
ego thing.
It's about an emotional attachment to that part of their life, and they think somebody's attacking that. when there's a new version of a character, they take a personal offense as if that's attacking some great memory that they had of that version of the character. It's more of a mental makeup about the consumer than it is about the characters. They can't deal with another version of that character because they feel like somebody is dismissing what was special to them at a special time in their life. That's something that he needs to sit down on the couch with a psychiatrist with.
That's super weird.
Exactly. I just don't get that.
Super weird to me.
Somebody
as a diehard X-Men fan, and someone who thought that James Marsden got a really raw deal on his Cyclops role, I didn't feel any way at all about Ty Sheridan getting cast, and I don't feel any way at all about a new Cyclops being cast eventually. I just don't get that.
Most normal people are. That's normal. Most normal people are that way. But like I said, normal people don't make the news. A plane landing does not make the headlines. A plane crashing does.
I guess that's true.
So it's a mental thing.
We have everybody has their own favorites, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having a favorite. I've got my favorites, to answer the question here. Somebody asked about Brandon Routh, and was Brandon Routh supposed to be Christopher Reeve's Superman?
It is.
It was supposed to be a spiritual successor. It was not like an official. This is the actual thing. It was always talked about as a spiritual successor. It was basically like, what if Superman 1 and 2 happened, and then this happened?
Yeah, but on Crisis,
instead of Superman,
referenced himself. On Crisis, he referenced himself fighting himself. So,
he does. He does reference himself fighting himself, which would have been in Superman 3, which doesn't really make much sense because when Superman Returns came out, there was talk that we'll just act like Superman 3 and 4 didn't happen, and then you get Superman Returns later on because it was using concepts that were presented in Superman 2. So it's all there.
Did they say if it was a sequel to Superman 2, the theatrical cut or the Donner cut though?
Neither. It's not a true sequel. Is the thing. It's not a true sequel. It is a spiritual continuance is what they call it, like a spiritual sequel, where it uses some of the same concepts. If you've seen Superman 2 in general, and I think that it would probably be more the theatrical Superman 2 than it would the Donner cut, because the Donner cut, there's some. Well, there's some issues. There's some issues with that a little bit. Film Goblin, when you're not talking, can you mute yourself? Thanks, man. Because
sorry about that.
Yeah, no, because
also Michael Keaton Earth is Earth 89, so they confirmed that in the DC Comics.
Yeah, there's multiple Earths. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize for that.
No, you're good. You're good.
Nostalgia is a dangerous thing. I mean, it's got to be done perfectly, or it's like disarming a bomb. If you screw it up, it blows up everything. And I'm worried about, like I said, it's cool to a certain extent, but if you overdo it, it could really hurt your brand because you're starting. And Superman Returns was a classic example. If they ever do film production class of why you need to let things go at a certain extent, that Superman had its time and place in my childhood. 25, 35 years later, it did what you expected it to do. I mean, you're trying to introduce that era's Superman into a generation that just doesn't have that kind of hold on that character.
You know what's funny is that's the reason why we got Man of Steel, but then those people say, well, that's not how Superman should be. And then we tell them well, you did get your Superman with Superman Returns, and then they're like, well, I didn't like Superman Returns, and I'm like, well, it doesn't matter. That was the movie that was made for you people that you like that particular take on Superman. And you didn't go out and support it.
Can we get the Adrian Palicki Wonder Woman?
Oh yeah,
from that
TV show.
From that pilot, the TV show. Have you ever watched that?
Oh, yeah, I did.
I actually
Pedro
like.
Pascal was there.
Yeah, I actually like Adrian Palicki, especially on the Orville. But my God, that Wonder Woman TV show was pretty bad. The budget was supposed to be.
Is that the 2011 one?
I think it came out in 2011.
The pilot? So, yeah, that was pretty bad.
You can find it on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
It was rumored at one point that was supposed to be connected to the Powerverse, but they say no.
Yeah. Plus, there's got to be some math being done here too, because let's flip it on its side. Everybody always talks up to CW, right? CW is the greatest thing since sliced bread, right? But if you do the math on who watches these things, the math isn't there. So when people say, well, that's not my Superman, what percentages are we talking about? Are we talking about like some loudmouths who make up maybe a certain percentage? And that's where the executives got to do a better job of finding out who their customer is. They did not do that at the last 9 or 10 years on any level. DC on any level has not recognized who their customers are. They go in the direction of the noise. Mm-hmm. They go into if there's a shitty diaper, they sniff it out. That's what DC's done. So when you hear people whining, "Oh, that's not my Superman," but then I got a Superman movie that pulled in $678 million. When I hear people saying, "Well, that's not my Batman," then that movie pulls in $871 million. It's time to start doing math. And when people say, "Well, Grant Gustin should be Gustin should be the Flash," okay, there are more people in my neighborhood than watch the Arrowverse. So math has to win out at some point. I mean, I wonder if this iteration of management will figure that out.
But Stephen Amell is returning for the finale.
Okay, great. And I'm putting all 14 people are cheering right now.
Yeah, but at one point, look, I know it's easy for people to harp on the CW version of the characters, but I mean, at one point, the CW was doing very well. And at one point, we were getting some decent stories out of the CW, especially with the Flash and with Arrow and some various other things. And then all of a sudden, we hit a time where, like, I just feel like at some point they just didn't care anymore. They didn't care about the actual characters anymore. They started then like trying to tell these other stories that didn't really have anything to do with these characters.
And it all started becoming a little bit PC too, like a little political.
It became very politically correct.
I don't hate the CW. You just suck. I just understand it's been a negative revenue and a negative draw its entire existence. That's fact.
The reason why they kept making those is because WB, like, that was their comfort zone when it comes to DC stuff. They were so afraid to do stuff in the theatrical side they just keep resorting back to the TV stuff, and they need to get out of that comfort zone in a way, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Hey, there's 63 people watching right now. If you haven't hit that like button yet, please hit the like button on this video. It just really helps us. And even if you don't agree with all of our panelists, or you don't agree with me or whatever, it just helps us. And being able to have conversations like this, and the more people who are here for those conversations, the better those conversations end up going. So if you do hit that like button,
all this divisiveness, so we talk about the live action stuff, you never hear any of that stuff with the animated stuff when we get so many different DC animated content. You know what I mean? Like,
you're not going to like my answer to that either.
Well, I know you.
I know, we know you don't like anything.
It's not taking you out of it.
Yeah, we know. Boomer.
Understand that. What a boomer. My dad's a boomer. I'm a Generation Xer, so get that right too.
Well, then stop acting like your dad.
I could be so lucky, but no, it's a concern. It's the draw. The bigger the concern, the bigger the draw is. That's where you get the passion. The higher the circumstances are, the higher the liability is. That's where your draw and your concern comes from. If more people watch DC animation, you would probably hear about what people liked or didn't like. But it's like I said, it's like a TV show that has bad ratings. Nobody really knows when it goes off the air. But if you do something with like the Big Bang Theory or something like that everybody's actually watching, that's where you're going to actually have the noise.
Yeah. I was last night I was watching that animated movie, Superman Doomsday. You've seen that, Enosh?
Oh yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen it, and it's like, oh my! I was watching it, I was like, damn, this is actually pretty dark for a Superman animated movie, It's like,
yeah.
And so it's just like, I don't get why people had didn't have complaints about that being dark, but had a problem with the live action stuff.
Well, I think that they were complaining about a lot of other things about Superman Doomsday. I mean, that was the first DC animation property that came out, and honestly, everybody was really looking forward to it until it came out, and then it just it kind of fell flat. I mean, people had a bunch of
people were expecting it to be like the comics, I guess, the story.
Well, yeah.
Like,
I mean, you have something that's called Superman Doomsday, and you kind of hype that up, around that. Then yeah,
But it's like, we were talking about the Elseworld stuff. I go into these things not expecting it to be like the comics. It's its own interpretation. Sure. They're all considered Elseworlds. No matter how much they try to be as faithful to the source material, it is always still considered an Elseworlds tale, no matter what.
I think now we can be a little bit more accustomed to that. But I think at the time that like some of those properties came out, I mean that was quite a while ago before we had such a glut of stuff. You know what I mean? Now we have so many different things. I think we have to look at it as that these are various universes or whatever, and just be understanding of that. I think at the time that some of those things came out in those early days, you didn't really have all that knowledge, that like we were going to pull from all these different places. It was like, oh, okay, this is going to be the same as what I'm used to, and so different time, different situations. Rational here brings up an interesting point. He says he addressed it to me and William, but I think it's to everybody. Since Gunn's Superman will most likely be low budget, how will it live up to the likes of Man of Steel, which was high budget and a lot of action?
I don't know why you think
you want to go first. You want to go first? You're not sure.
I mean, yeah. Well, first of all, we don't know what the budget for Superman's going to be. We can hypothesize what we think it's going to be. I mean, we talked about what was it, last week or the week before, I think, William, about, like
180,
about 185 million dollars. I think because when you're making a Superman movie, you have to have a certain level of CGI of effects that if you just don't, then it's not a Superman. You're not going to make a Superman movie. You're not going to have a lot of on the ground stuff. You got to have him flying. You got to have effects for the power set.
Space. Yeah. I mean, energy.
I mean, if you go into space, I mean, you can tell a grounded Superman story that doesn't go into space necessarily, but especially if you're going to bring in a Brainiac or something like that, my gosh, that right there is just going to shoot your budget. So, I mean, first of all, I would say we don't know for sure that the budget will be low. If it is a low budget, I think that we have to determine that by then what we see. What kind of story are they telling? And where do they end up going with all of it? The problem is I don't need something to necessarily live up to Man of Steel. Man of Steel is the Superman movie that I always wanted to see growing up and through my adulthood. That is the Superman movie I wanted to see. I loved it. My son Landon, this morning, I picked him up from his mom's for school. He's 17 years old. He's going to be 18 next week. He literally said to me, Dad, last night I watched Batman v Superman again. And he said, he's like, it just upset me so much. He says, because now knowing that we're not going to get any continuation of this and maybe not see Henry Cavill, he's like, it really upsets me because I really love these movies. I love Man of Steel. I love BVS and I love Zack Snyder's Justice League. And he said to know that, that we're not going to get that. He says, I love Batman v Superman. I love what Henry Cavill did with his character. To my son, Henry Cavill is his Superman. It's his generation Superman. The Rock was absolutely right when he said that about this generation. So anybody coming in is going to have an uphill battle. Okay. It's going to have an uphill battle of trying to recapture that attention. And I think anything is just going to be speculation, right? About, budgets and action and all this stuff. I think the point of the next Superman movie is it's got to be really, really good. The script has got to be good. It's going to have to be something that somehow, and I wouldn't want this job. I don't know why James Gunn thinks that he's got it, but you got to have something that's going to be able to transcend multiple versions of this character enough that it somehow draws people in from different ideas of who Superman is. Are you able to do that? I don't know. When there are people who are so adamantly against each other as far as who Superman is and what Superman's supposed to be, I don't know that you can just write a Superman movie that's going to please all those people and everybody's going to go, okay, yeah, we'll shake hands and play nice for this Superman movie. I don't know.
Can I say something?
But going forward, I mean, it's going to have to be a good movie. It's going to have to be well written. It's going to have to look good. You're going to have the right actor who's going to be able to draw people in. You know, it's definitely whatever the next Superman movie turns out to be.
Yeah, there's definitely no room for error on it whatsoever.
What it's got to do for me, and I just want to say this before I have to go because I'm starting to get tired, guys. Mm-hmm. What it has to do for me, and I know some people are going to cringe on this panel, what I'm about to mention, it's got to do for me what Smallville did for me. Okay? Smallville brought me back to Superman. All right?
William, everything is not for you.
I didn't say anything.
William, I'm going to call you out because you're sitting there going,
relax. William is old as fuck.
You're shaking your head, man.
William and I are the same age, dude.
looking for a new co-host, though. If anybody out there is, I'm just kidding.
Don't even start.
I declined by default. I
got you.
Well, you said Smallville, but I say it has to be like Superman, Man of Tomorrow.
But see, you're missing the point that Thade's saying. He's not saying that it has to be like Smallville. He's not saying that it has to be like Smallville. He's saying that it has to be something like that for him, because that's what, in the sense of it's what brought him back to Superman. Go ahead, Thade.
Yeah, I have been so disjointed with Warner, and I talk about this with William on our show we do together. Warner has been so disjointed with me for the last 40 years, to be honest. You have reboot. I don't want to say reboot because that always gets people mad at me. You have origin after origin after origin after origin, and it's like, okay, well, can I get a Superman that is further along, please? Can I get a Superman that's either give me Superman that doesn't know what he's doing, that's learning, or give me a Superman that can crack planets? Okay. Don't give me this indeterminate in between where all we're getting is Lex Luthor for 30 years. Okay? I love Lex Luthor. Don't get me wrong. But give me something else other than Lex Luthor.
Yeah, Parasite.
Can I answer
I think Lex Luthor needs to be in it, probably, and be a presence, but not necessarily the main focus.
Hey, how about we don't get Lex Luthor as an enemy right off?
Well, see, but I think that's the thing. As soon as Lex sees Superman, that's the point. Is that Lex does not believe that somebody with those types of powers can be all good.
Yeah.
So that's like the point of Lex, because Lex thing is not necessarily that he's always just like this horrible evil person. Yes, he goes about things in a very tricky way when it comes to ethics. Okay. But there's many times that Lex Luthor is portrayed as he's trying to better humanity because he wants to be humanity's Superman. Right?
Well, half of Smallville was about Lex trying to be a good man,
Yeah, he wants to be. I'm getting feedback from you, but he wants to be that superhero. And so when he looks at Superman doing these things, he does not believe. He knows his own intentions are selfish. He doesn't believe that Superman is doing it with good intentions, right? So, like I said, you can have Lex Luthor in there, but he doesn't necessarily have to be the main focus right out the gate. Like, it could be a Lex Luthor that's watching Superman, that is trying to garner something, and maybe you find out in the second one that maybe the threat in the first one, Lex had a hand in just doing to test out Superman.
Hey, can I answer that budget question real quick?
Go ahead.
Listen, there is not going to be a low budget Superman, and people still keep their jobs. All right, I repeat, in 1142 on January 4th? No. All right, and it's not up to James Gunn, and it's not up to anybody. The standard for that level of movie has been set. Like I said last week, I dare them not to meet that. You want to see this experiment end real quick? You go out and put out some pick and save Superman. and the atmosphere of comic book movies that we have on multiple companies. You want to be having this conversation in 18 months, or let a pick and save Superman hit that big screen in this era. And like I said, we'll be able to create an entire YouTube industry out of just the replacements for these guys. That's not going to happen. All right, that is not going to happen. You are not going to see a low budget Superman. You might see a cheaper actor, but as far as that goes, there's no way.
You're not going to do a cheaper Superman in the sense that would you do a cheaper Spider-Man? Would you do a cheaper Bat? No, you wouldn't mess with that type of quality, because here's the thing. And I say this, this is why I didn't like the idea of like killing off Superman in V versus S. I've always said this. You're not going to sell anyone on a universe that doesn't have Superman. He's the number one character in DC. There's no debate. There's no talk. He is the number one character in DC. And that's not going to change in our lifetimes. We're going to die never seeing that change. So the idea that they're going to do a low budget Superman off the bat with this is the most important character. David Zaslav has said it multiple times. Their goal is to make Superman marketable again. And the problem is if you try and like low sell that character and low sell something like that, you are asking to basically tank the entire heart and soul of your entire reboot. So to be honest with you, no, they're not going to low sell that. They're going to push that.
Did you guys hear about Matt Jarbo's take that the next Superman movie should just be about Clark Kent? And not be
straight to VHS. Yeah, I think he was joking.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, let me get my Peter Parker movie real quick. Right? You know, let me talk about Peter's goings-ons and shit. Yeah. Talk about his high school drama, you know, if we're going to go that route. And then while you're at it,
save me. We got 10 years of that already. We're good.
I don't need any more Clark Kent, guys. I don't care. I want to see him destroy shit. Okay. We're good. We don't need any more farm.
I think that's one of the biggest frustrations, right, with the whole Cavill thing is yes, there's the idea that we're connected to this character, but it's also because we've already seen this character through the learning process of what it means to be Superman, of getting to that point, and we're ready to see Superman in Superman prime fashion. Right. We want to see.
The closest we really got was Zack Snyder's Justice League. That's the closest you got. And that was him.
It was a brief. I mean, you got it.
It was literally him. And I didn't agree with even the scene. I was like, okay, come on, man. Stephen was kicking everyone's ass. Don't do it to him. They kind of ruined my boy Steps, man. I wanted him to get some hits in, but whatever, fine. But you got that for a minute. I mean, that's it. We kind of want to see that, but I also will say it's not just for Superman. We're going to say this issue with. We don't need to see the pearls dropping again. We don't need to see the pearls on the ground. We know that they're dead. We know they were shot. We know Bruce saw it. We're good. No one needs to see it again for the 3,000th time.
You know, I'm never against that. Here's the thing. There are establishing shots. There are establishing things about thsee. I don't buy that, Brodan. And here's why. Because there are things about these characters that are important that result in who these characters become. The reason why Batman is Batman, even if you don't show young, you know, like it doesn't have to be an origin every time that you show Batman, right?
Flashback.
But the flashback idea of the pearls and in the street, I think for each new Batman that you establish that, it's going to be portrayed with its own feeling. It's going to be portrayed in its own timeline, in its own genre, whatever, you know. And I feel like you almost have to see that, because I think that establishes for you, like if you see Batman, if you see young Bruce Wayne in that universe lose his parents, you know how he lost his parents in that universe, and you see the anguish on that character's face. And like I said, it doesn't have to be, you know, some long drawn out thing.
I mean,
right?
I can
you know what I mean?
That,
but I mean, it's just like with Peter Parker, right? Like with Peter Parker, I don't necessarily need a new you know, origin story for each one, but I'll be honest with you, one of the things that actually keeps me from really feeling super attached to Tom Holland is I don't like that they replaced Uncle Ben. I really don't. And I think that it's one of the missteps of that version of Spider-Man by making Iron Man his role model.
I can see that. I agree with the Iron Man point, but the reason I love that they did that is the fact they didn't waste any time on it because they just went right in. It fits right into their storyline. Boom. No,
I didn't. But again, I think that it's missing something though.
I mean,
I think by doing that, I think by taking Uncle Ben out of it, which Uncle Ben is a huge part of
if you think about it though, they already kind of replaced that. They were literally replaced that entire moment in No Way Home, and that's what their goal was. Which again, I'm not saying I agree with it totally, but I think they kind of gave it. And now you're going to see that Spider-Man you want taking effect because he just lost everything. So I think they did a slow develop. I didn't like the Iron Man thing either, to be honest. But with No Way Home, they kind of really put that entire origin. If you think about it, it felt like he actually became Spider-Man at the end of that movie with what he did. But due to that, I'm my whole thing is I just like the idea of quick, get it over with, and just kind of go because we already know what happens. You know what's going to happen. I
think that there's a precedent for establishing something and then moving on and getting right into your story, which I think is fine. I do not hate Iron Man. You do suck. I love Iron Man. Actually,
I love Iron Man.
I just don't.
I just don't
think
it's necessary.
But I was saying, Larry, I don't know. I mean. This is a serious personal question. What if Superman's old friend was bilking his parents out of thousands over the years? Would he go through the law or circumvent it?
He'd go through the law.
He would go through the law. He's Superman.
And
then Daniel. Look, I love Elizabeth Shue. Don't get me wrong. Way too old for that.
She's pushing 60. She's pushing 60. I mean, she's still.
I hope this is a joke. I hope this is a joke.
Maybe
this is a joke. Maybe I'm missing something here.
I think what I agree, I think William will agree with me, is that I think the first movie they should put out in this new DCU is a Justice League film, where everyone's already gotten together and they're already established, and then
then we'll listen to people gripe about that for the next 10 years.
Well, that was basically.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying.
Yeah, go with the math though. First or second movie. And
I am always a fan of circumventing origin stories.
Yeah,
because they can't waste time doing solo movies anymore. It's like. You've already wasted enough time.
I think what they need to do is mix in some movies, but they need to establish the shows. One of the things that has been a problem with DC is their presentation is awful.
Yes.
You look at Marvel's presentation, it's really nice. The shows may not be great all the time, but their presentation is spot on with everything they do. When you watch DC, you have 3 to 4 camps. They're all a lot of the shows look terrible. The only 2 good shows that look really good are Titans and Doom Patrol. All right, those are the only 2 shows that look good.
Those have budgets. Those have money.
Budget. They do. And even and here's the thing, like Ray Porter said it last time he was here. He said, "Listen, what they do with those budgets is amazing." And that's the problem. If you were to give these people money, your shows would look better. They need to do this from the ground up. Your shows have to have shows that kind of build along your story. And you have to make them look good. It needs to start with presentation, most importantly. So the idea that they're gonna cut the budget of Superman, then what's the point of even hiring James Gunn and Safran in the first place? What are you trying to do here? Because you think those guys are gonna come in?
What's the point of even making a Superman movie?
No, what's the point of doing any of this? Those guys. You see James Gunn's work? Does he half-ass anything? I don't think so. So this idea that they're gonna half-ass Superman and try and save and cut corners because of the CEO is BS. No freaking way.
I wouldn't want to see. I wouldn't want to see a Clark as a local reporter. I think that's just a story that we just don't need to see. Can we just have Superman be Superman?
I don't just Superman be Superman. I think
can we just have the character because look, none of us are getting younger, and if we're gonna reboot, let's reboot, but let's get into the story. Let's do the thing and let's watch it. Let's not be teased about sequels that aren't ever going to come to fruition. Let's not keep pushing it down the line. Let's do it. Daniel here says, Enosh, I was just saying Elizabeth Shue because Gunn puts her in all of his movies, and then yes, Jose Titans, because you know what? No, I'm not going to kid you.
I love Titans.
I love Titans. First of all,
listen, I don't
even if
like
you don't
Titans,
like
but it
Titans,
looks good.
even if you don't like
the presentation's good.
Titans looks good.
So I just want to say
the costume design alone is great.
I just want to say one more thing before I go. I would like to see Superman at Brainiac. I would like to see Superman at something more than just Earth. Okay, give me Man of Tomorrow. Give me Brainiac. Do that and make it interesting, and I'll come back.
You know what else? You know what else they should do? Film these movies simultaneously. Because I don't care 8-year, 10-year plan. Yeah, 8-year, 10-year plan. He's got 4 years with a team option. And if money were ever, this is the way you make 2 big budget movies that you film them at the same time. If he has a slate out, film some of these movies at the same time. Because I don't think he has for more than 4 years. I mean, fairly or unfairly, I do not think James Gunn has the amount of time that people think he has to get this done. So let's come out the gate, film 2 of these movies at the same time, and get yourself on a rhythm.
This is like sports. People don't realize how similar this is to sports in eerie ways. You really have, when you come in, you have the cleanup draft of, you have a draft, the mess of the previous regime that fucked the team up. Okay. Then you got to take the picks that you have left over and do something with it. Oftentimes you can be stuck with second round picks and you're screwed. But then you clean up the team, you cut everyone away, cut everything away. You have a bunch of cap space. You have all these picks. That's where you got to nail it. You have to nail that first draft. This is that time. You have to nail it from the jump. James Gunn has to nail these movies, put them out quick, not quick, but you have to put them out in a good line, and they have to nail. They have to get people interested off the jump. If they don't, this is already a bust on dead on arrival. And then you have a mess coming late. That's it.
Anyway, good night, guys. I'm gonna head out.
All right, Dave.
I'm gonna head out too.
Enosh.
Bye, Frank.
Well, I'm at. I'm sorry.
Well, you do suck.
Hold on, guys. One of these days this week, I need to get with you on how to make this soundboard thing work out.
Please, it's hurting my show.
Soundboard thing.
It's echoing. It happens on our show. So
how are you doing? Are you actually talking into a mic, or are you just using the mic on like your laptop?
I'm talking into my mic. There's a mic here.
There is a mic there. Do you have headphones on?
Yes.
We've been trying to figure it out forever, and
it's killing me.
Are you using a computer or a laptop?
Computer.
And you're plugged in headphones, so there's no sound that's coming in from outside?
No.
It's probably a setting. Do you have echo cancellation on through your settings? We're going to do a StreamYard tutorial right here.
Thank God.
Let me look. Well, I've only been asking.
As we just lost a viewer.
Okay,
right, we lost one viewer. Just lost one viewer. Somebody's like, I'm not here for that.
I just
holy shit!
Cancellation. Did that work?
You hear?
No, you're dude. It's echoing all over the place. Yeah, cut that.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
at any rate, I'm out of here. See you guys later.
All right, Devin. Thank you, buddy.
I'm trying to ask questions here, people. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll talk off.
We're gonna help you, man, because if we're gonna do the new project we have to do together, I can't do this.
There you go. All right. So, I do want to bring it to since William's having to go, other people are having to go. I got to get up in the morning too. But I wanted to talk about this tonight because I feel like we have to. When days like this show up, man, and we get this kind of information, and it's just kind of all over the place, and you got The Rock doing this, and it's like, what's going on now? You talking Ezra possibly staying. The Rock is being The Rock and going around to everybody else and doing his thing, trying to go directly to Zaslav instead of going through the proper channels, whatnot.
He was right, by the way, but you can ask me that later. The Rock was right.
I get it because he wasn't. Because there was nobody in charge at the time, and so I get that, right? The Rock was taking initiative. The Rock was definitely taking initiative, and you got to give it up to The Rock for trying to do something. I get it. At the same time, The Rock is kind of a douche. Let's be honest. And The Rock is about The Rock, and so. Do I think that The Rock is necessarily trying to do what was best for DC or do what was best for The Rock? I feel like we probably would have gotten what The Rock does best, and that is make mediocre movies that make some money but aren't memorable.
That was the status quo, though. That was what was happening.
Yeah.
So they're all douches. It's, that's probably a prerequisite for being where they are. But he should have never. The void should have never been there for him to even attempt to step through.
Nope.
All right. Nope. The other douches, Toby Emmerich, Walter, all those guys, that is on them. The Rock there should have never been any oxygen for the Rock's flame to burn that way, but there was, because there was such a mismanagement. Mediocre movies that made a little bit of money. What's been happening since 2017 for the most part.
Oh yeah, I agree. It's just that it just is, and like I get it that there are people who like specific movies. You just said Doom was awesome. Hey, that's fine. Look, there are a couple of Rock movies that I enjoy as well. I don't hate. Like, I really liked his Jumanji. I didn't want to like his Jumanji because Jumanji was one of those movies that was like a classic to me.
You can just make this simple. He has a
I liked the first Jumanji. I did not like the second Jumanji. I felt like it was going once again because and even The Rock talked about, well, it's my property.
You're gonna watch the third one,
right? He's like, because like he took Jumanji and they made that one Jumanji movie that was pretty decent that took it to another place, and then unfortunately it became a Rock vehicle. And then, so the second one was just more of the same and just nonsense. And now I'm actually hearing there's talk about a new Mummy movie with that. No, I just read this today.
Scorpion
with Brendan Fraser, because somebody asked Brendan Fraser about it, and Brendan said, "Yeah, I do it." Because Brendan was talking about how this has been probably the longest stint in his career, where like he's actually really popular right now, but he's not bringing in a lot of income right now. So he's like, "Yeah, I'd love to do a Mummy movie," but basically what they were talking about is that it would be like a return to the Scorpion King. That's what The Rock does. Is The Rock gets his hands on some properties, on some IPs, and then The Rock acts like it's his IP. Look at Fast and the Furious. I'm not even a big fan of the Fast and the Furious, but I talk to a lot of Fast and the Furious people, and like that's one of the problems with The Rock and the Fast and the Furious is that he thinks he came in midway, and now he thinks it's his thing.
And it became a problem with two idiots that thought the same thing because Vin Diesel's the same way with those egos butting heads, and that's how that all devolved.
There's already a cure for that.
Ben Diesel was right.
There's already a cure for that. It's called the distributor and in the main studio saying no to certain things. All right. The fact, like I said, when you see The Rock get that much, it's because the studio failed. The studio should have never said yes to Black Adam to begin with. So if the Rock wants to say, I want to go back to the Scorpion King, the studio and the distributor should be like, no. And that ends it. That's it. Give us the treatment.
Black Adam should have never happened because Black Adam
should have never happened.
Black Adam should have been through Shazam like it was supposed to be.
Shazam.
Little cameo. Nice little cameo. Just a nice little cameo. Start that.
I love Shazam. Should have never happened. Shazam should have not have been made. You made these movies out of order, and everybody's looking at the aftermath. Now here we are trying to pick ourselves back up again. The studio has to be.
It made a profit for them.
It made, but not as much profit as they wanted. You have to make
Black Adam was their fault in the first place because they didn't market it well. They didn't do anything well with it.
Poor decision making and inability to say no. That's the two things that has hurt them the last 5 years.
And everyone can get mad about this, but James Gunn's doing the thing that probably should have been done in the first place. You should just restarted.
Monkey Jeeves, Monkey Jeeves.
Just trying to move away from the whole Snyderverse was a big mistake for them.
Well, Monkey Jeeves, I agree with you. This is what a lot of people have become. Is a new coming of the fandom menace, where unfortunately because they liked a certain thing and they're not getting the thing that they like, they're completely trying to cut it out, and they're trying to now demonize somebody like James Gunn, where again they did the same thing to Kathleen Kennedy. Now you may like Star Wars, you may not like Star Wars, you may like the new stuff, you may not like the new stuff, whatever. The reality is that with all incarnations of Star Wars, there's people who absolutely love them and people who absolutely hate them. But of course, I know the one that you hate, not you, Monkey Jeeves, but I mean, I'm just talking in general to the public. The one that you hate is the one that everybody hates, right? And you're absolutely right. The fandom menace did this with Star Wars, and unfortunately, I'm seeing a lot of people do this now with James Gunn. My thing is not against James Gunn. I'm rooting for James Gunn to do well and to give us something that is enjoyable. I just think that it's going to be hard for him in the environment that
he came in at a bad time, kids.
That it is, and I feel also the way that like he addressed a couple of things. I think the Henry Cavill thing should have. I don't know how I don't know that there is a good way to tell the world that Henry Cavill's not going to be your Superman.
It's timing
right now. Yeah, I mean, 2 months after
Black Adam.
If Black Adam doesn't happen, if Black Adam doesn't happen, and we don't see Cavill back as Superman, we don't have the promise.
Like, all right.
We don't have the promise of Cavill back, and we don't have all that stuff. And then it comes out, and James goes, "Look, we're gonna reboot. We're gonna do this." But also, I think that it's gonna cause them issues if they don't reboot across the board. If they're getting rid of certain characters but not others, I think it's gonna look like cherry picking. I think that also it doesn't do the whole point of wiping the slate clean. I think because look, if they really are saying like, look, we don't want the baggage of what was there before, then you got to wipe the slate clean. You have to wipe the slate clean and figure it out. And I don't think that I think that it's looking for an easy way out to try to say, well, we're going to fix this. That's been the point, is you can't fix it. But the problem is that if you keep on a Harley Quinn, like in Margot Robbie, which I love Harley Quinn. I love Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn. When I think of Harley Quinn now, I think of Margot Robbie. Problem is you got now a Harley Quinn that's into her 30s, right? And now you're going to reboot a Superman that's younger than that?
Let me make this very.
You know what I mean? Like there's all these things that like they're just hard to they're just hard to grasp of like how it is. Now look, they could come out with this stuff, guys, and they could say, you know what, this is the explanation. This is what it is. Okay, but in the same token, in the meantime, with people not knowing, and we've already seen it, people are running rampant with speculation, accusation, and pointing fingers because they know that they're not getting the thing that they want.
I had to do that.
False accusations about
things
accusations.
I had
about things that because they're mad because they're not getting what they want or what they think they want. But the Stones said it best. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you get what you need.
It's been a historical mess. Here's why. It's not trying to go away from the Snyder thing that I had the problem with. It's half-assing it. You didn't actually fully wipe it away. If you want to destroy everything, which would have been, again, a giant disaster anyway, but you know how you blow a team up, like whatever, and then you fully blow it up, and then you wipe it away. No, you tried to half-ass this shit. You kept everyone on. You should try to go some little new direction, like the fans are stupid. They're not going to notice, well, this doesn't make any sense. Why does Aquaman look like this when it wasn't supposed to? Why is this looking like this? You tried to half-ass this. And here's the thing. You're right. If James Gunn keeps on Peacemaker, keeps on these things, it's nepotism. And that nepotism is continuing the same problem. If you're going to wipe away everything, everything's got to go. Things I love, things he loves, everything has to go. All of it. All the actors. Your wife's got to go, bro. Your wife has got to kick the curb. She got to go.
He's just going to recast her in another role, then. That's just what it is.
Whatever, do that. Cool,
recast her. I mean, like, if you got to have certain,
you got to recast.
Yeah, if you got to have certain people, that's fine. But they shouldn't be coming back in roles.
No, it should all be gone. And that includes Ezra Miller. That includes John Cena. All of it's got to be gone.
Be careful what you ask for, because even in sports analogy, there are teams that have been rebuilding my entire life.
Well,
if you don't have the proper decision making. If you don't have the proper decision making, that's the problem. And see, like I said, saying, okay, well, they should have redone it. I mean, it's fresh. There's no guarantee that a clean slate is going to work. Like I've always said.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying I'm going to blow it up.
Nobody's saying whether or not it's going to work.
It's just, if you're going to blow it up, blow it up. Listen, I'm not saying it. Like, you could be the Raiders. You could blow it up 3,000 times in a row and then still keep failing multiple times in a row. You could be the Bears. Well, I can't even say the Bears. Bears have never actually tried to blow anything up.
You could be the Lions.
Hey, your Lions are going to be fine. They're finally getting it. You have confidence.
Are they, though? Here's the thing. I've been a Lions fan for a lot of my life, right? And every time we look at it, it's like, yeah. Oh, okay.
It's never had anybody like Jared Goff.
So when it happens,
I know, but it's a little thing.
I had a Jared Goff. When's the last time you had somebody that's the level of Jared Goff and
Matt Stafford? That's about it. But even then, here's the thing: they built the right way. You built your line. You built the right way. You went foundation. You guys are going to be just fine.
You can't do it. That's okay. Apples and oranges. You know what football has that studios don't have? That we're a crappy team can take all that time to do that. They have revenue sharing. The Lions and all these crappy teams are going to make a certain amount of money no matter how bad they are.
Well, look at the Cowboys. They're trash.
Yeah, but once again, revenue sharing. Everybody gets everybody gets a cut of revenue, whether they're 0-16 or 12-4, doesn't matter. Studios don't work that way. So when you say you're going to rebuild slow, you're assuming that you have that time. Not only are you assuming it's going to work, which is the odds are already against you, but you're assuming you have the time and the patience with your customer. It's a risky move.
Well, I'll say it in. You say that with sports, but actually even then that's wrong because football doesn't take you 5 years to rebuild. In fact, in college, it didn't take you that. Now with football, it takes you 2 years to rebuild. Flat 2.
Yeah, but if you screw up, you don't hurt revenues wise because you.
Well, no, you don't hurt revenue, but you get fired.
Well, not college football. I'll tell you that.
Oh no. Oh, believe me, in college,
dude, I'm a Michigan fan.
I'm a Miami fan, and they're already trying to hang a coach right now. And I'm gonna tell you right now.
Well, dude, we're still we're just now coming out of the recruiting issue. Hold on, Broden. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying. I'm trying to. I know that we cater to nerds, and I'm a nerd, but I'm a sports fan too. But here's the thing: I want to you literally had a storied tradition with Michigan of certain types of coaches in football and play and whatnot, and then you hire one coach, Rich Rodriguez. Comes here, totally upends everything, changes everything, changes the scope, and we are just now starting to get to the point where we can recruit properly.
Here's
now,
why I want to make that
2 decades later, man. I know, decades later, we're just now at the point where we can actually start to recruit some people, dude. Listen, I'm a Tigers fan. I'm a Michigan guy, man. You know what I mean? And the thing is, man, is like for years as a Tiger fan, man, like we literally went from losing the most games, 119 in a season, to the next year being in the World Series, okay? And what did they do? We started getting to this point where we got to the World Series a couple of times within a few years, but we won the Central Division every year, and fans were like, oh, it's not good enough. We have to win a World Series. We have to win a World Series. We have to win a World Series. Well, then when we weren't winning with that because we were winning the Central Division every year, we're like, oh, we're going to rebuild. And I'll never forget my son Isaac coming to me when he was younger, when they first said they were going to rebuild, and he's like, well, what does that mean? And I said, that means we're not going to win anything for a long time. Well, and we haven't.
Yeah. I want to say something with the college, and here's what, and I listen, back before I'm going to say this, yes, it takes 5 years to build a program traditionally. Here's what's changed in college football. The transfer portal has changed the game so dramatically and I'm going to give you the program that's been through the same thing you guys have, and probably worse, within a year, they were number one in the nation for the Heisman candidate.
Yes, we've turned into ESPN.
Yes. If you don't like that, go. I don't care. But Tennessee changed within two flat years. And the reason is that the transfer portal, it's now driven expectations so far up the chain that you have like 3 years to rebuild a program. And
it's not bailing on Michigan, dude. Every year, they're with the whole Harbaugh's bailing on Michigan. Every year since he's been here, dude. Every year since he's been here. Listen. Here's the thing: Harbaugh wants to win something here, but look, I digress. Okay. But anyway, my point is this: is that you all, I have stated my opinion, right? As to where I'm at. This is what I'm going to do. We are at almost a 3-hour mark. William, who usually does an overnight show, he's going to take over from here. We're not going to end the show. Yeah, we're not going to end the show. William's just going to take it over. Yeah, I mean these are things that like we've got a lot to talk about in the days coming. You know, supposedly we're supposed to get some answers on what these films are going to be, of who is going to be running, you know, these films, you know, and what they're going to look like and all that stuff. Okay.
It's going to be chaos when that comes out too.
Yeah. It's going to be, I will just say it's not over yet. The storm is not over yet because
this isn't the storm.
This is not the storm. This is the precursor to the storm. This is like the weatherman. We went from ESPN to now the Weather Channel. This is like the weatherman saying, "See, we're going to get this northeasterly flow and this dip in, the jet stream down here." I'm just saying, hang on to your bootstraps, kids, because if they start keeping some people like. The second that they announce, like if The Flash comes out this summer and then all of a sudden it does really, really well, I think the normies, if the movie does really, really well, people will be fine. Wow. People will be fine if they keep him, as far as general public. But
the online
if the movie doesn't do well and they still keep him, then it's gonna go weird places. I don't know. But
that's the thing. They can't be reactionary, whether if it's good or not, because if they're going to reboot, they got to reboot no matter what.
If you're going to stick to your plan, you can't keep anyone. But
exactly. But I just want to say before I step away here real quick and turn the show over to William, is I want to thank all of you for your support. I want to thank everybody tonight who showed up. There's 71 people here right now. If you have not hit that like button yet, please hit that like button. It just helps YouTube share that with others. You guys know how YouTube works, man, and we want to have this conversation with as many people as we possibly can. And so if you would please hit that like button, even if you didn't like everything we said, even if you don't agree with everything I said or everything everybody else said. It allows us to be able to have a forum like this where we can hear your voices in the chat and we can have people on the show and have these great conversations. Okay, so please hit that like button before you leave tonight and support everybody here on the panels. Thank you guys for your support of me. I'm gonna go get some sleep now. I'm gonna listen as I'm going to sleep, but because I got to get up in the morning. But thank you guys so much, and William, the show is yours, sir.
Cool.
All right, have a good night.
Put you in a position. All right, guys. Love y'all. See y'all later. Peace out. Right. Hey, you know what? Make mine DC, no matter what. That's what I'm doing. So. All right, guys. Bye.
All right. Well, first thing I'm doing is getting rid of Brodette. No, I'm just kidding. But the Ezra Miller thing. Listen, if The Flash comes out and does good money, and it is perceived, did I lose my volume? I hope I did.
No, we hear you.
Okay, cool. If The Flash goes out and does decent money, into phenomenal money, let's just say it does $900 million. I'm just throwing that out there. The online community and online pundits, and there's just not enough there to stop them from going forward with him again. If they decide that they don't want to go forward with Ezra Miller, it's not going to be because of any of this mess. Like I typed in before, Robert Downey Jr. was in an orange jumpsuit in front of a judge. He's doing okay. Deshaun Watson, I put 21 sexual allegations. That
man's still here. Ben Roethlisberger literally it would be in the Hall of Fame one day, guys.
Yeah, sexual assault in the bathroom he was accused of.
It's awful. But here's the thing, guys. Let me make this very clear about the Ezra thing. First of all, 90% of the allegations are BS. One of them was by a man that tried to say the woman that was kidnapped in the barn.
What's up?
The woman alleged that he beat her.
I forgot this super chat, and I wanted to bring up the super chat because I remember that I had saved it. I had started, and I wanted to make sure that we put this in here because
I thought you should get rid of William. But all right.
Yeah, no, sorry. I just wanted to make sure we got the super chat in before I left because I knew that nobody was going to know that it was there waiting. So there you go, Larry. Larry, the $5 super chat says, "Sorry, but I can't see Gunn rebooting the Suicide Squad. I fear he will keep them. Levy, Momoa, maybe as Lobo, maybe Gal. I just don't see fans being happy with it."
Then he's already lost.
He's lost, gone.
Then he's already lost.
Then he is the last 20 years of Chicago Bears football.
Sometimes you got to be willing to part with stuff that you don't want to part with.
Or he's already failed if he's keeping all those casts and not getting rid of the rest.
Then the Emperor has already won.
The most important thing about this is the fact that we don't know the connective tissue or lack of connective tissue until he says it. And that's what I always try to remind people. Disassemble the picture of this thing that you put together in your head and let the people who are actually going to be doing it put that together, because otherwise we'll be chasing our tails and running in the walls with speculation that just is not productive. We do not know how he's going to use what he is walking into, what degree, what percentage. We don't know any of that. We got a bunch of trades that spit out a lot of stuff They give you enough of their truth to keep you going just like an addict. And we got a lot of other personalities that say they hear this, they hear that. And every day I'm hearing a new outlet that I'm supposed to be, listening to and relying on. I mean, Puck News. I mean, okay, great. Every other day I'm getting some allegedly credible thing. Yeah, they're not lying, but it's like a drug dealer, giving you just enough to get you hooked, to get you to click on whatever it is I'm selling.
What these people do. And I'm sorry, but I don't trust any of them at this. Again, James Gunn has done uncanny things in being so open about actually giving answers. So until I see answers from him, which he's been spot on about, I don't really give a damn.
Yeah.
That's it.
Let the story come together. And then when it comes together, though, if it comes together and it starts to look like, this isn't for me, at that point, in all fairness, bail out. But at that point, it's the problem is it has been handled horribly. The entire transition, whatever this is that we're into so far, without knowing how it's going to end, so far has been horrific. The entire thing with The Rock, the entire thing with Cavill, there was a way in my opinion, the way to do this was to have a seamless transition to strengthen what he's about to do and strengthen everything that's gone before, because you still want to make money. You don't want to just make money on what James Gunn is producing. You want to make money out of your entire catalog. And that's why I always say reboots are garbage, because no matter what format it is, it devalues the lineage of your pre-existing stuff. Comic books, it's a chief example of that. But if movies aren't the same thing, like I said, most reboots fail for a reason. It's not by accident. You're basically doing a Hellboy reboot. You're not doing a Reeves and Nolan type reboot where those characters ran their course and then you had time in between. You're doing an intergenerational type thing. So it's going to be important to see what he actually has planned, because all we're doing is guessing. And none of our guesses really make sense. It doesn't make sense for him to do a total reboot, because, like I said, us as fans say the word reboot without consequence. A shareholder has a consequence if this doesn't go right.
Yep.
So,
the new. But if he doesn't do a reboot, he can kiss them all.
Oh.
Well, he's only got one chance to prove himself right out the gate.
I am going to go now.
Go. Good night.
The mole demanded to be kissed, so there you go.
Oh,
love you guys.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Even the reports of there's rumors that Warner Brothers is going to reboot the Harry Potter franchise. No, they're not. They're not going to do that. If they do that, it's too early to reboot.
How do you reboot the Harry Potter franchise? That doesn't make any sense. How can you?
That's what I'm saying.
That you can't really reboot the whole franchise. It's a set line. You can't reboot it.
Yeah, it's going throughout the lineage of their life, and like I said,
it's quite literally and unrebootable.
And that's also you could do another movie with the cast who's still alive, a couple of them. So,
well, the problem is
people say that.
Is why those characters are still able body to act in those roles. No one's gonna really accept a Harry Potter reboot. They'll burn that damn studio down,
dude. You cannot expect me to watch Harry Potter being played by anyone other than Daniel Radcliffe.
Well, Daniel Radcliffe. Now,
if you want to do it when he's dead, whatever, man. We'll have that discussion.
Or 80. That's
or 80. Yeah, that shit. That's fine.
You've ran its progression. The problem that they're going to have with rebooting the DC Trinity is that they never ran their natural progression.
You never had a natural ending to this, and to be honest with you, we've gone through so many of these reboots. When people hear reboot in DC, they hear, "Oh God, this again."
Yeah,
it's already got a bad reputation. How many times have we rebooted? Yeah. It's just failure after failure after failure.
Well, would you say they have more credibility to reboot Harry Potter than DC right now?
No,
not really.
No, you can't.
Well, at least with Harry Potter, they were able to finish that story.
But here's the thing, though. Those, like I said, when they're in their 70s and they're walking around on a walker or something like that, yeah. But the general audience that is clung to those characters are not going to accept that you've ran.
And not just that. What's the reason to reboot Harry Potter? Exactly. Why does anyone need to reboot Harry Potter? Those movies aren't they're not that old. B, no one's clamoring to retell the story again. It's like, let's go reboot the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, let's see how that works. Or you can't do that.
The reason why most reboots failed is the reasoning. The reason why they're done out of disparity, not imagination. They're done out of laziness, and they're done out of a desperate action, and they're done out of a lack of imagination. That is why most reboots fail. DC should know this.
If you do a reboot of Harry Potter, you lose $300 million at the box office.
Hey, they could reboot Star Wars for all we know.
That's never happened.
But you have to realize, though, most of
Yeah,
those
good luck with
characters
that.
are in their mid to late 70s. All right, yeah, I mean, young. I mean,
And here's the thing about
70s or
Star
more.
Wars: you can reboot it because you have multiple timelines and like areas to go to. That's easy. We're talking about a set storyline in Harry Potter that is just it is what it is. It's 7 books, bro.
Yep.
7 books. That's it.
Yeah,
Good luck rebooting that.
No, I don't.
And again,
I don't
no one wants to reboot Harry Potter. No one hates those movies. Nothing failed out of that. They are successful.
It made billions after billions.
It's done. There's
well,
no
so
reason.
Star Wars. There isn't a Star
So
Wars
does
movie that
Star
came
Wars,
out
but you
back
know
then.
what? They also had their own failures recently. Even then, I don't agree with them not doing movies lately. I think it's ridiculous. But again, if you want to do Star Wars and do that all over again, you're going to have to go to a different time period because I think we're all sick of the Skywalker crap. I'm done.
Yeah, they have run that neighborhood out.
They have run that into the ground. I'm done. I want go to Old Republic, do this, go to Eternal Fleet. I don't care. Do something different. There's other things to do. Give this next generation new characters to look forward to with a different time period.
Yeah, 1,000 years in the future. The
Yeah.
picture that Enoch was showing, though, with all those different characters for the iteration, though, like I said, that gives me something to just sit back and wait to see what they're going to do. Because he hasn't really said what he's going to do. He said Cavill's not going to be in the movie that he's doing next to start off this new universe. We don't know where these characters are going to end up or how this is going to be resolved. And that's the biggest thing for me is I'm waiting to see if and how he's going to resolve what he's walking into as he walks into this other thing. Because to be honest with you, the credibility of their entire product depends on how things are resolved and transitioned into. Because you're telling people, like I said before, to give you new money after watching you mishandled old money. You know, it's a trust thing. You know, do I trust you to go on this journey when you just ran the original journey into a ditch?
You have to understand the general audience's perception of it. First of all, let me make this clear. I'm not trying to insult everyone, but we nerds don't matter. We're loyal fans don't matter in this. It's the general public perception that matters.
That's what I'm talking about.
Perception of DC is basically this. Holy crap, these movies suck. And they don't want to waste their time on them.
Well, here's the thing, though. I interact with the general audience a lot. People didn't say these movies sucked. I mean, I promoted every movie. Hold on. I promoted every movie from 13 all the way up till the ones we're about to do this year. The general audience said what they were going to say with the increasing box office with each movie. All right. The problem is people think they know what the general audience is, and most people who are in our sphere don't. All right. And the thing about with the general audience, and we do surveys and surveys after surveys, they go to these movies just like we do. They've seen every movie just like we do. And when you ask the general audience, what's the biggest knock about DC? It's the inconsistency as far as the output goes, not the quality of what they put out from 2013 to 17. But
that's what I'm trying to. When I said that they suck, I was thinking about back when they were releasing like B versus S to then the Justice League issue. That was people saying, okay, these movies. Now it got better after time, but the perception was, oh, these movies aren't really that bad anymore. But that's the problem when you're going through to not bad to
Well, who was saying that they were bad in 2013? Though, like I said, we had fanboys saying that. But when I'm at these movies and I'm giving the tickets away and I'm talking to people who come all the way through the city, no one was saying those movies are awful. And hold on, and they spoke with their wallet the second time around. $678 million.
Actually,
came out 874 million. So if they're sucking upward. So that's where it's really hard to do.
If they say they those movies were sucking, it's not because of the people involved making them. It was the bad management putting out the way how they handled it.
The general fan was not saying this shit. That's what my point is. The general fans were not saying this shit. The general fan were just going to the movies that are being put out. Now, what the general fan does know is whatever has been started was not finished. And now you're doing it in the atmosphere of a MCU that, for whatever you want to say about some of the movies, they have followed through. They have began what they started. So the general fan doesn't have to be a geek like us to look at these two products in their hand. The one on the right being Marvel has followed through and given you resolutions to almost everything that they've started. And the one on the left hasn't. All right. So it's not about the quality of the movies. It's a response to the output. If you give me 4 years of Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and then preceding the following 5 years, give me the Suicide Squad, Polka Dot Man, and Shazam, what do you expect the general audience to do?
The thing I hate when people argue is like, oh, look at the Rotten Tomatoes. I was like, shut the fuck up with the argument about.
Well, that's what I was gonna say too.
Is that I hate that shit.
Half of those people the general audience, if they say it sucks, it's not because of the movies. It's also because they were listening to the Rotten Tomatoes and basically of what a bunch of other biased people that were saying that the movies sucked before they even came out.
So, see, that's up to the management to shut those guys out because guess what? Rotten Tomatoes, I have yet to see a power bill that Rotten Tomatoes pays. You know what does pay bills? Ticket sales. And if your ticket sales were escalating, and I don't need to be a math whiz to know that if I'm doing something and each time I do it, it increases until I meddle with it. The one time they fell backwards was when Justice League came out. And by that time, because of rewatchability of it. But if they would have kept their natural trajectory, all the other movies were right in the same neighborhood. Their average
the problem was expectations as well. You're talking about they wanted to hit billions and billions and billions of dollars
because they were comparing it to some other company, like what William's been saying.
Yeah. They should have had the shit slapped out of them for those expectations.
But that's the problem. That's why they rushed the whole thing, and then when they went with it. Yeah, if you kept going on, would it have hit $1 billion maybe once or twice?
Well, that's the thing. They weren't rushing. There was nothing that was being rushed. People say that it was rushes because they were comparing it to some other company's output, their own kind of structure. When really they should have been focusing on their own type of structure and coming up with something that works for their brand.
Because the executives were the ones rushing it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why
they didn't rush it. That's the point. Because they were comparing it to Marvel, saying, "Why aren't we making this money?" I'm not talking about Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder's irrelevant in this because I don't care who the hell was in that position. They're getting screwed over hard, bent over a table because the executives made those choices to do what they did. The executives cut corners. They tried to push these out, and they didn't give this time to breathe. That's it.
You have never heard executive at Disney or Marvel, whatever. Oh, we make $600 million. Yeah, fuck that. Let's reboot. Never hear nothing. It is dumb.
And the thing I do like about Gunn coming along is he understands the genre in a way that the previous people did not. They did not. And when they were
they're not nerds. They're just a bunch of money grubbing asswipes. And here's the other thing: it's not even just that they rushed it. It's not even just that. They cut corners. They didn't allow these movies to be fully done with or give them time to breathe. And I have a problem, and even Marvel does this. Like, there were scenes cut out of Black Panther. I don't understand why. These executives stick their noses in these places they don't belong. Unless it's time constraint issues that are that bad, I don't think these executives should be putting their hands in this. And they got desperate. They got real desperate in their own minds, and they cut corners, and that's why these movies suffered hard.
Yeah, when you know your genre, you don't do what they did with BVS, and when you know your genre, you understand, especially with
2.5 hours is not that bad.
No.
Come on,
you needed to understand that if you're going, there's no such thing. There will never in any of our lifetimes, and there has never been a such thing as a DC that will not be divisive. And if you cannot face that fact and put on the big boy pants, then do not take an executive job.
It's impossible.
Do not take that job.
Nope. You don't take any job in cinema. I'm sorry. No, you can't please everyone in cinema. That's why you have different things to like within cinema, because you're not going to like everything.
Also, like, even WB cut down the release date of China for BVS, which is stupid. Why would you do that?
It's because they didn't want it to make $1 billion. Otherwise, that would have to justify them moving forward with the Snyderverse.
I don't know. That's conspiracy. I don't think that, because that's messing with their money. That makes no sense.
Well, hey, this is Toby Emmerich we're talking about.
I agree. Toby Emmerich is an idiot, but if they see money, they're gonna take the money and then just take credit for it anyway.
Yeah.
Well, they chose their ego before the common sense.
Well, I know they chose their ego, but I don't think they cut it in China just to say, "Oh, we're going to screw." No, they're not going to.
Nah, the marketing, the rollout to China. Remember, it's not as easy to get movies in China as a lot.
It's really not.
Yeah,
they're
isolation. 5-6 years ago, it wasn't like getting Aquaman. People will never realize what a war it was to get Aquaman into China. I mean, we all realize, it got into China, but that wasn't a given. These movies are never been a given, and as China tightens up, simply because of the fact that they have their own cinema to put out there. So they're they don't want to give up.
Let me make it pretty simple, guys. If you ever watched some of the South Park episodes making fun of China, those weren't jokes. When that guy was standing over Stan when he's writing his story, and then he checks it over, and he goes, "No, do it again." That's not a joke. That's how it's. There's a reason we haven't had a satanic character till like Black Adam put in Sabak, and that was shocking to me. I literally almost dropped out my seat. I was like, really? I was blown away. Like they really actually went to it because China wouldn't allow you to even have that. They have restraints on everything that you do.
Top Gun had to change out.
I'm surprised China even let them in the theaters, William. You know why? Because they kept mentioning the devil. I'm like, China ain't gonna let that fly.
They didn't. Top Gun didn't win in China. Avatar took to go to China last year. That was the most.
And I'm glad that they don't go to China because it's too much reliance on China. You take away cinema. You keep stripping away vision, and I think it's BS.
Yeah, you jack up your movie,
and you don't.
They need to stop relying on China to make these films successful.
And that's the greatest thing about it. They've stopped because no one's releasing these. They don't care. Yep. No Way Home proved that you could make a whole crap load of money without putting anything in China.
Top Gun 2.
Top Gun.
So
Top Gun 2.
And what's funny is the Batman was released in China and it didn't even make $1 billion still.
Yeah. It was never going to make $1 billion regardless.
And people keep telling me the Batman. Listen, I'm happy we have these standalone movies, but if I hear one more person tell me that's the road to go, no.
I'm going to put my head to the wall. First of all, the Batman is pretentious as all holy hell. I have a steelbook on the back over there. No, you can't have it, William. But
I'm just going to steal it.
Shut up. Pretentious. It's such a pretentious movie that I hate everyone who talks about it. I just think, oh my God.
I love it, but I don't like the way people try to use it they try to use it as we don't need a shared universe. I'm like, no, listen, fanboys, you can say that we don't that studios don't need shared universes. The accountants say otherwise because at the pace of these standalone movies,
the playing field now, bro.
The pace of these standalone movies and their production and their release, Warner Brothers and any studio will go broke waiting for that.
People praise this because Batman doesn't kill. That's the argument people have.
Let me make this very clear, guys. There are different versions of characters. Not every character is the same with their version. This was the Frank Miller version. In this version, shit goes down. Sorry.
To be honest, I'm starting to be on the side of William where I'm starting to actually hate the animated stuff because it's poisoned the mind of people thinking that that's how these characters should be portrayed when it's really not, because it's like
actually
these are kids shit. It's like
I blame
that on the animated. I think I put that on. I think I put that on arrogance.
How do you gonna blame
I grew up with the Michael Keaton Batman, and it's like he's killed people, and that didn't stop me from enjoying that.
Guys, the early days of Batman, homie was throwing people off of rooftops.
He was shooting people. Detective Comics.
And by the way, let me make the joke of this. You do realize that even if he doesn't kill people, he's breaking their limbs, breaking their arms, beating them half to death. In fact, the whole idea of Batman is stupid. Let me make this clear. The man somehow can go by night, all night, beating up people, go into the daytime, and no one questions the fact that he looks like he's been in a domestic violence dispute every day of his life, running $1 billion company. You don't have to take it that seriously, man. I'm so sick of this crap.
Cryogenic. Hey, Anthony, there will be no defending Batman the animated series while I'm at the controls. Damn it.
You are such a hater. It's unbelievable.
Because it's like if you're not smart enough to to see the difference between a live action and what works for animation, it's just you're completely lost.
Here's the thing that I have.
And that's the lack of success in live action talking because these people only have animated.
Here's the thing, and if you guys, like I always say, if you came into the whole Batman table through the animated series, that's fine. I'm mainly making fun of you, but from a narrative standpoint, when you take things that are not designed for a certain audience and you neuter them to put them in front of a certain audience, that's where I have an issue. And Batman. Listen, I've been a Batman fan since birth, pretty much. And as somebody who watches pretty much and read everything about it, you truly understand that Batman is not for kids. All right, Batman is not for kids. Now,
the whole universe.
When they first put Batman out in the 30s, those kids are different than the generations that we've had now. They weren't as soft. When you're a kid in 1938, you're watching Dillinger. You know, your newspaper has Dillinger's brains all over the front page. All right, you're watching what's going on in Europe. You're going to war. You've got open warfare, gang warfare, bootlegging, everything on in the Great Depression. Everything. A kid in that era buying a Batman comic is not the same as a kid in the 80s, 90s, 2000s buying a comic. Batman was not designed for kids. All right. So when you neuter him, so when you take my Batman who beats the hell out of people, when you take my Batman who rams heads into mailboxes and you turn him into a fucking kids cartoon, when you take the Joker that I have grown up with, and no matter who's written him, the script has always been the same with Joker, the consistency's on, and you take the Killing Joke Joker and you turn him into that cartoon, I'm sorry. That's like giving me a slasher film and giving it a G rating. All right.
You guys want to know who the definitive live action Batman is?
Who do you think it is?
It's Nicolas Cage.
Okay.
It's Big Daddy from Kick-Ass.
Right,
that is Batman right there.
Trying to find a button to get rid of you.
Right.
No, you agree with me that is. That character is based off the original Batman.
What's funny about that character is Big Daddy's not even accurate to the comics.
No, he's not.
Well, I know. Well, I'm not saying the comics, but I'm saying that movie.
Makes me laugh about that though, because
I'm saying the live action movie.
I mean, Amazon owns Kick-Ass. They should reboot that franchise. Actually,
most people didn't even know Kick-Ass was a comic book when that movie came out. It was hilarious. Most people didn't know Road to
People didn't know
people
didn't know that freaking Wanted was a comic.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Even The Boys.
And Wanted's horrible.
Yep, The Boys. Nobody knew Invincible.
The Boys is horrible as well, I might add.
Yeah. I had somebody walk into the store the other day and we have an Invincible display, and they're like, "Wow, they made a comic out of that." I'm like, "Oh wow."
I'm sorry, but that was like a whole marketability. Like, yeah, it's a comic show, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, Image did a lot of great stuff, but like I said, what ended up happening though, and I don't have a problem with Superman the animated series though, because that was consistent to what Superman has been.
That was true at that time.
John Byrne.
Yeah, if you look at Superman and you look at any era of Superman, that show was consistent with any era of Superman. Yeah. The Batman, the cartoon, was not. It was a good detective type cartoon, but it wasn't Batman. You slap Batman on there, this is when I start having issues with it personally. My Batman crushes skulls.
Superman and the animated series destroyed a lot of buildings. Nobody did have a problem with that.
You can't have. It drives me crazy if people want to see that type of Batman be done in live action, where he's able to dodge bullets and knock people out with one punch.
Yeah,
it's just like that's not believable in any way, shape, or form to see a Batman do that. When I'm sorry, if you're gonna have a guy like Batman who has no powers whatsoever, he's gonna go up against criminals where he's gonna have to end up killing some of them in some way, shape, or form. Because
yes, he does.
How else is he going to stay alive?
Yes, he does.
Time out. Plushie
yes,
DX. Nice to meet you. You're not the. Hold on. It's the first time I've interacted with you. In what universe does I wish I was at my place right now. I would legit would stop what we were doing, and I would go on the shelf, and I would pull you a few comics from a bunch of different eras, and Batman beats the hell out of people. All right, Batman
that's the whole point.
Beats the hell out of people. All right, and if you're talking about a Frank Miller Batman, year 1, year 2, Dark Knight, Batman beats the hell out of people. All right, Batman puts people in the hospital. Batman breaks bones.
Batman is not a friendly neighborhood crime fighter. He is like a terrorist.
Batman's brutal. Batman is an absolute terror. Batman is one step away from Punisher.
Yeah, what I said last night, and the only place Batman doesn't.
He was the first Punisher.
Yeah, the only place Batman doesn't do what Batman is supposed to do is in Adam West Batman and in the cartoon. Every other version of Batman does what Batman does. That is what he is. You cannot change the DNA of what that character is. Batman is and always has been, when he's been done right, is an instrument of terror and horror that is unleashed upon the criminal world.
Let me ask you, William, do you think an underage Robin would work in live action though?
No, because it's child abuse. It's child. Here's a why. It's cool in comic book because once again, like there's no consequences to that. But when you're talking about, it's hypocritical to put the type of world that Batman exists in, and then he's there to save people. I don't think he's going to endanger a minor like that. It has always been cool in a comic, but in a real life, no.
And I'm sorry, but Commissioner Gordon would try to get Batman arrested for doing that too. It's he'd be like, Batman, you can't. I'm sorry, but like
you can't have a kid. No, they're not gonna have a kid now. No.
If you're gonna do that, I'm gonna have to turn you in. You know, like that's child abuse right there.
All right, what is
you have to, if you're gonna talk about under, it has to be like at worst 17. Maybe.
Yeah, like Batman and Robin, where it's Chris O'Connell who's like 30 at the time, but yeah, it's
at worst 17.
I mean, you could get like, bro, if James Gunn do a Batman that's probably 10 years in as Batman, and maybe Dick Grayson's maybe 20, 22, 25, you get it away without that. Yeah.
But the problem is the world that Batman exists in. If you just endangerment, I mean, the danger, that is there. But here's the thing, though, and that's why I don't think you'll ever see a Robin in the Reedverse. The Batman, the first 10 minutes of the Batman is what the Batman is supposed to be. That sense of terror around every corner. Is he around that corner or is he not?
It's the point.
That is what Batman is. And like I said, that is not for kids. All right.
I really enjoy what they did in the warehouse, because not only did he beat the crap out of them, they were pissing their pants. That was the point. That sense of like, Beaver Zest is kind of mixed bag for me, but man, when you had that tension, you heard that whining that tension break, like the little string, and he started to cut. That's Batman. When he busts through the thing and starts literally throwing guys' heads through a freaking wall. He took the guy, threw him into the wall, threw a grenade at a guy, like, die, I don't care. And then he freaking broke the guy's sternum. That's what Batman is.
And remember, Ben Affleck Batman is a much more experienced, much more refined and disciplined Batman. Robert Pattinson is year two Batman. Year two Batman wasn't holding back. Year two Batman did not give a fuck about.
Here's another thing you have to also understand. You could tell he was also the way he treated Alfred. He was clearly young, clearly still angry. He didn't know how to control his emotions and didn't know how to use his own experiences to his betterment. He acted like a child. That's the point of year two Batman. But yeah, he just beat the crap. Dude, when that trailer first dropped, he started beating the shit out of dudes going.
Yeah.
And he didn't stop. That's Batman.
Yeah, just
do it. Because somehow people got problem when Ben Affleck is smashing people's head and stuff. Like, bro, like, shut up, bro. They turn.
That was the greatest Batman scene of all time. I'm going to say it.
Oh,
you know why? The majority of the people who had issues with that were coming up through a generation where that cartoon was their definitive Batman. And I apologize to each and every one of you that you went through that. But when you watch that cartoon, and then you watch actual Batman, it's a culture shock. It will be like, Brodan, if all I saw you do was, play flag football all the time, and you never were physical, and then you make the NFL, and you hit a guy so hard that his entire spinal column makes a sound, then I'm gonna be like, wow, that's violent. You know what? But like I said, you that's my issue with that animated series, is it produced a level of fan that thinks that is
I think
Batman.
And that animated series, I believe Dick Grayson was in college when he was Robin too.
Yeah, he was.
So
yeah, he was.
Yeah. You don't really necessarily need to have Robin as a kid. You can have him as an adult too, and still be Robin.
And this is the same Batman universe that has characters like Red Hood in it. It's going to be brutal. You have Red Hood running around busting caps in people's brains and everything.
Well,
I guess that's the reason why you can't see them do a live action Batman Beyond, because Terry McGinnis is also underage in that show.
Well, you can't do a Batman Beyond because, listen, guys, here we go again with Batman Beyond. Everybody who I've ever spoken to thinks that millions more people saw that show. You're going to do a Batman without Bruce Wayne, you better put that better be on HBO Max and hide that motherfucker.
Oh, I also like to let people know Batman Beyond, that is also an Elseworld story. That's not canon.
It's not.
Well,
yeah,
They're making comic books about it.
Any future DC story is considered to be an alternate.
Well,
story,
in fairness, but I make this very clear. Bruce Wayne is in the show. It works for what it is, but I wouldn't put it as a movie. Yeah, it would.
It's fine for.
It'd be a great show. I bet it would make some very nice waves as a show, but I wouldn't put it as a movie.
And as great as Mark Hamill's performances as the Joker, my Joker paralyzes people with a shot to the back. The Joker I grew up with, the Joker I read in DC Black Label, no shit, skinned one of the guys that worked for him, skinned a guy because he tried to put Harley on stage as like a stripper while Joker was in prison. He comes out and he has that guy skinned. That's the Joker.
Wait, what? I thought Harley Quinn didn't exist in your time though, because Harley Quinn came from the anime.
No, I'm talking about right now the way the comics are written. The Joker literally skinned the guy and put him on the strip pole because he tried to hire Harley Quinn, the comic book Harley Quinn. That's what the Joker has always been. The Joker is a psychopath, is a violent and brutal, bloody psychopath. And it's nothing the Joker does is pretty. And the only places that where the Joker doesn't do what the Joker doesn't do is Cesar Romero, rest in peace, with his white makeup over his mustache because he refused to shave it, and the animated series. The Joker is a violent... Yeah. The Joker is a violent and disturbing sick fuck. All right, he is never should be put in a cartoon unless you're going to defend it that way.
It's not like in the cartoons where he uses a laughing gas to kill people.
That's subtle. That's subtle. That's G-rated compared to what he usually does. He's burnt the flesh off of people's bones with electronic shits. The Joker is not for kids.
No, he's not.
He's not for kids.
And that's the problem with a lot of these companies. It's the same thing with Venom. I have the Steelbook as well. Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Let me make this very clear. Carnage is the Joker of Marvel. He will do anything.
He's a serial killer. He's a serial killer.
He's literally the Joker of Marvel. Okay, he'll do everything William just said. I'm pretty sure Carnage is done.
And Green Goblin, in a way too, as well.
Yeah, but at least with Green Goblin, you get that sense throughout the movies. You get that sense, and they actually do what they can. They push the limits on that. But when I watch Let There Be Carnage, I almost put my head through a wall. First of all, I love Woody Harrelson. No, never again. He is not clean.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Awful. To be fair, and Carnage is a disgusting, shrieking monster, not a comedy villain. He's disturbing. He's blood, basically. He's a walking blood sack.
Yeah. He's the color of blood.
I like when these studios mess these things up. All right, it's horrible.
Even Reverse Flash,
I don't like Blade being PG-13. I think that needs to be nipped in the butt right now. Blade being PG-13 is bullshit to me. It's bull. You can't expect me to take that seriously. I can't.
Yeah, but when it's okay, Jose, okay, the Joker killing people and
that wasn't really, that was implied.
The Joker's laughing gas is the most mild form of him killing people. The Joker kills people in very fucked up fashions. The point where depending on who is writing him, it could get really bad. And it's always been that way. Mm-hmm. All right. Mark Hamill's Joker, and I love Mark Hamill as far as he plays a really cool villain in a cartoon. But when you slap the Joker on top of that and you slap Batman on top of that, to me, it's not the same thing. That's not the Joker. You neutered the Joker so that you could put him in a bunch of kids.
If they did a comic accurate Joker with Hamill would probably kill that shit too.
Yeah. I think, like I said, not Conroe, all these guys did what was asked of them. I don't have nothing against their performance. And if that's your Batman, that's fine. But the problem is our worlds collide now because when you came of age, you're looking for some Batman from a fucking cartoon. I'm looking for Batman who beats the hell out of people. I'm looking for a Joker who literally will cut you up and feed you to its dog, and they will show that shit. All right? Who will, like I said, who flayed a guy. He flayed a dude. Mm-hmm. I put him on a strip pole.
Right? Not to mention, Superman's also had his fair share of doing stuff like that in his early days in the comics.
Superman kills people. Superman killed the same people that everybody wet their pants about. Superman killed those Kryptonians. How dare he? He kills the same people in the comics in two different realities. So he'll do what he needs to do. He doesn't target people for termination or murder. But if it's save Metropolis or snap a neck, hey, easy choice. Easy choice. But that Joker was creepy, But here's the thing about it, and this is now where I draw the line in animation is the adaptations that they've done recently in the last 10 or 15 years. Because The Dark Knight Returns is excellent. That's excellent animation. The Killing Joke, they did some stupid shit with The Killing Joke, but for the most part, I'm surprised they even made The Killing Joke. Because if you're watching Batman the Animated Series all your life and then you roll into The Killing Joke, you might need some therapy, depending on what you think the Joker should be doing. Because what the Joker does, for those of you who have not watched or watched The Killing Joke, or you haven't read The Killing Joke comics, you try to put that shit on the cartoon. That's the Joker. You try to put what the Joker did in The Killing Joke in a kid's cartoon. All right.
You can do it in a cartoon. The problem is it's going to be on Amazon real quick.
It's going to be on Amazon, or it's going to be rated R. It's going to have the proper rating and the proper context. All right, because you're doing an adaptation. But you try to
wait for freaking for season 2 of goddamn Invincible. You guys ain't seen nothing yet. The shit
I read every.
Y'all about therapy. You're gonna need therapy.
Crazy.
And they've toned it down, by the way. They've toned it down because that first season, if you're following the comics, is far more violent than they showed you. Even then, that's violent.
For the first season,
and they're gonna. And by the way, there's more things coming. They're gonna take away some of the rape shit. Ooh, they're gonna take that away as well.
Yeah, and like I said, people think these comics are kid shit sometimes. Like I said, as somebody who I grew up collecting them, and I sell. There's some stuff that I had when I flip through. I'm like, wow. And then parents come in and I see them grabbing something, and they're like, hey, you know what? I'm going to get this for my kid. And I'm like, no, let me flip through and show you. Let me show you. Stay away from the black label. You cannot take them home. And I say, I have them flip through it. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to be the parent of your kid, but I'm going to let you know what's in here. And I let them flip through it. And they're like, hey, you know what? Some of them say, yeah, because they're bringing their kids up like my dad brought me up, with the violence and the gore and the context. Some people's kids are different. So, you have
injustice. Injustice is good.
There's only like one show I really consider to be better than the comics. That's The Boys. And that's because The Boys comics are fucking stupid. And I've always said that. They're stupid.
Oh my God. The comics where they have orgasm. Oh my God.
When they literally sat there and they just had Compound V as a regular drug. Yeah.
Hi, Bell. I try to follow you on. I need to. Hey, message me on which one is your real account, because I know you've been having some issues, but I want to follow you, but there's a bunch of different ones that are around. So I like Bell.
I hope one day we get like Invincible. One day we get the Invincible. The Injustice.
Gory stuff. Right
well,
there.
Invincible is good in a live action movie.
We can't do Invincible live action. You can't do it.
Yeah, they've already making that. Amazon already greenlight that after the first 5 seasons.
Yeah, that is BS. They can't pull that off. That is gore beyond gore beyond gore.
They're pulling that off.
Yeah, it is.
They're going.
All right, fourth 1,000. Why do I do that? I have a responsibility to inform the buyer of certain things.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Yes, you do. Yes, he does.
I absolutely do. I could lose. It could get as serious as enough as losing a business license. But two, if I'm trying to build a customer and trust between me and my customer, I have to let them know that you just bought Batman Damned and there's a penis in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this, guys. They workers at GameStop to do the same thing. It's the same thing. You can't just say, "Oh, you're buying this. You're buying what's a horrible game." God, I should know this off the bat.
Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto. Even not that bad. Grand Theft Auto for your kid, and then you're like, okay, here you go. No, you have to tell them and warn them about what's going to happen, because that's a potential issue coming up. No, you have to. Well, it's liability.
Yeah, I tell parents to flip through the stuff. And also, like I said, if I give you something that is off board, that may not be suitable for your kid, are you going to come back and trust me again? And I'm trying to build a customer I'm going to have 5, 6, 7 years. I want that guy to bring his kid back when he's 18 with a job to buy from me, and he needs to be able to trust me. Now, once again, I'm going to hand it over to the parent and say, you flip through this. You flip through this. Or if a kid comes to me with the Killing Joke, one kid got up on the shelf and brought the Killing Joke, and I'm like, and he was going to buy it. And I'm like, no, I took it out of the cover and I handed it to his parents. And he was 14 and a half years old. And they made the decision that it was okay. But I am going to make that step though, because I said,
I mean, the kid was smart. He picked that. He's smart as fuck.
He's smart, but like I said, I have an obligation as
it's liability.
Yeah.
So even if somebody said like, yeah, I want to buy the Injustice, even a kid let's say if a kid picks the Injustice comic,
even if they're rated 1,000, they
Yeah.
still have to tell you.
Yeah.
They still have to.
And even beyond the rules and regulation, it's like I said, if I would be derelict in my duties in somebody who knows the stuff to not give that warning sign, especially in certain things.
It's just common courtesy.
Yeah, you just don't. Like I said, I want that guy to come back. I don't want that guy to be here. I'm just here to make $1. Here's a Killing Joke, or here's Crossed or something like that. Where there's another girl wanted to buy Crossed, which is a hugely violent comic. I took it out of her hands. I'm like, hey, this is. Because it wasn't the other stuff that she had. She bought some animated stuff. I'm like, and then she had Cross. I'm like, oh no, I don't think this is for you. And it was sealed. And then I brought up the images. I'm like, and then she's like, oh my goodness, she thought it was something else,
The Killing, yeah.
And that's just me. Other dealers will do it differently, but I just think I'm obligated, given the content. Like I said, and some of these guys come in with the Batman the animated series mentality, and they're my nightmare because everything that's on the shelf other than Batman the animated series, the adaptation comic, is nothing like Batman the animated series.
Do you have the toys?
Yeah.
I mean, those toys sells a lot of money for Warner Brothers.
Yeah, those toy sales, they do well, but like I said, a toy, and then like I said, if you read Joker and Harley, the Black Label stuff, and say for instance you come in and you grew up with the animated series and you want to introduce your series, I cannot in all good conscience give you Joker and Harleen. I can't do it without letting you know, here parent, flip through this. I don't even give it to the kid. Here parent, flip through this. Now if they're 18, fair game. You know what? But when they're underage and they, like I said, they come in with the mentality that these characters are a different way, I'm not going to try to change their opinion about that, but I do have to say, okay, Harley Quinn guts a guy, eviscerates a guy in this comic, and they show it. Are you okay with that? All right, I got to let you know. I can't just blindside you like that because hey, you're not going to get it. That's not going to be a good experience for you or the kid, and you might not come back.
What about Flashpoint? Have you show parents the Flashpoint?
The little that it sold, yeah. I mean, you're talking about the entire series.
Yeah, the entire series.
Like I said, some of the violence in that one, like I said, it's. I always tell people to flip through it. Now the difference. Okay, I'm going to give you a prime example of Legion of Superheroes. When Keith Giffen took over Legion of Superheroes, his version of Legion of Superheroes was very brutal and it was very violent, and you had to put it on a different shelf because he showed things and did things. They just let him do it. But if you're a parent of that kid and bought Legion of Superheroes of the previous generation, it was all sunshine and happiness. But when Keith Giffen comes in and you say, hey kid, this is what I read as a kid, you got to let him know, no, Keith Giffen is taking some liberties and there's a lot of blood and there's a lot of death in there. And that's you just got to let them know if you want them to.
That's kind of the funny thing about comics. Like, listen, the reason that I like the animated stuff, while I know I'm already aware of the violence that happens with Batman and all this, I like the implication because as an adult, I go back and go, oh, they're implying all these things. Because they did take some liberties in these animated series. They implied it. Now, funny thing, a character that I think, even beyond Batman, I think that they've really, that I have a problem with the way they've done it, it's Deathstroke. Now, people don't really... People think Deathstroke's almost like an anti-hero. Let me make this very clear. He's a piece of fucking garbage.
He banged a minor. They showed
I retcon that, dude. I retcon that from my mind. I don't want to talk about the terrorist situation. I retcon from my own mind. First of all, they need to retcon that. That does not need to be even in a comic. The man does enough garbage and disgusting things enough. We don't need to cross that line.
Well, the thing is, I hate when people
retcon that. But this man is a murdering, psychotic machine. This dude murders people like eating candy. Okay, and I think one of the problems is, and I love Teen Titans. I do. But people didn't understand the implications of Teen Titans. Slade is a very psychological villain in this one. Very psychological. He's a freaking scumbag.
Did you see that animated movie? The Deathstroke animated movie?
I just...
What do you think about it?
The man is a... And I think people got up in this whole thing of him being a cool ass character, like almost like an on the edge Captain America. No. This man's Captain America. If Captain America decided to be the worst person alive and be Hitler.
Yeah, it's
brutal.
The thing with Deathstroke is that people don't think, oh, he's not a Batman villain. He's not a Titans villain. He's not a Green Arrow villain. He could be a villain for anybody.
Well, I'm going to say he's a Teen Titans villain. He's a main Teen Titans villain. But he's a mercenary. Everyone can technically get it. But if we're going to talk about where you're going to know Slade from, it's him mentally and physically torturing kids.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah. He's also from the League of Assassins too, I believe. At least that's where he was trained from.
There's some origins, yeah.
All right, can you not sell a comic book to a kid by law like cigarettes? All right, so there's certain parameters that that I have to operate that are consistent with the genre I am. So if the majority of my demographic is in what they call an obvious demographic, so I sell comic books, so there is the likelihood of me selling something to someone who's underaged is high. So there are certain standards built into the business license for any of us who deal with that demographic that we do have to follow. Now there are some gray area and there are some judgment calls that we have to make, and that's what I'm talking about. That we do, and that's why when I flip through certain things are very, very safe. Like right now, the standard Batman comic is violent as it been, is safe enough for a certain demographic. But DC Black Label, I am checking IDs when it comes to DC Black Label.
What was the last DC and Marvel comic you sold today?
That I sold today?
Or whatever.
The last DC comic I sold before we wrapped up was Batman and Catwoman. It was a Black Label.
What about Marvel?
Marvel was Hickman's X-Men, or I think
the 1990.
No, it was current X-Men.
The current
from the Hickman run. Yeah, that's actually a pretty decent selling book, to be honest with you.
What about has anybody asked you to buy like Crisis on Infinite Earth or Secret Wars?
No, Crisis of Infinite Earth. I have the trade paperbacks of that, and I have the omnibuses for the Secret Wars. You won't see Secret Wars stuff start selling until the movie, the show or the movie comes out.
Yeah,
Crisis. If I have it in the store, but it's not something I recommend anyone. I do not recommend Crisis for anyone who has not been collecting comics
because that's a reset of the universe.
Well, and it's confusing.
Yeah,
it's confusing, and it asks the customer to take on a lot of baggage that a brand new customer is just not going to do.
I mean, bro, they killed the Flash for like 30 years, and then he came back in 2000.
Well, then, and after that, immediately after Crisis, they started undoing Crisis. So now I have to explain to you why did this need to happen? Why are you buying $50 worth of this book?
And also, Wally taking over as the Flash. Like, you have to explain a lot of people that is hard to explain.
That's why I never get into canon comics so much, because they always have so much continuity issues as they go along.
Well, look at
that's why they always keep resetting and doing all these crisis events.
Yeah, Flashpoint and Rebirth were bullshit. I'll say that outright.
Well, you've been in New 52.
Yeah. You made a lot of upfront money, but you lost a lot of long-term customers, in my opinion, because it was just like, here we go again. You get that throwing your arms up.
I won't lie. New 52 actually did help me get back into reading DC comics, but then I also did like some of the early stuff in Rebirth, but then, I kind of just went out. And I'm not saying like even New 52 was perfect. They had some of their issues as well,
Yeah, it brought in a lot of new people. I will not deny that, but unfortunately, a lot of vets walked away. So it was kind of like a zero sum. You know what I mean? It was like we didn't really push the story. And Jeff Johns is a great storyteller, but he needs someone over him to say no, you can't do this. And finally, he got that with Doomsday Clock, because I felt it coming. No one will ever be able to prove.
That Doomsday Clock was kind of underwhelming.
He was going to try to reset the universe. He was going to try to reset he was going to, in my opinion, he was going to try to use Dr. Manhattan, that story that they were telling, to reboot the universe again. And that's why it took so long from issue 11 to 12, because there was an internal fight between them and the editors, because he's affecting a whole bunch of other people's work by doing this, like he did before. So a lot of those people said, no, we're not doing this again. And that's why Doomsday Clock, I will always believe, was not supposed to end the way it did. And thank goodness somebody stepped in and said, no, not this time, mofo. No.
Well, they were supposed to go into 5G. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. That guy. Oh, my goodness. I remember when we were getting an email about that, like it was a good thing. I'd be talking to other dealers, because we deal with people, and we're like, oh, no. We're like doing.
But my only issue is like, like Jeff Johns, he was bringing back the Christopher Reeves Superman in that story. It's just like, again, with the Christopher Reeves Richard Donner loved. It's just like, enough with that shit already. The whole pre-crisis Superman era where it's like he's so OP and perfect,
Who feels about Cavill, Larry? Did I miss something?
Well, you like Jeff Johns' Green Lantern run? I like.
Yes, I do. Jeff Johns is an excellent storyteller. He just has to be given parameters, and he has to have somebody over.
Jeff Johns has the ADHD. Jeff Johns has the ADHD syndrome. The imagination's there. Zack Schneider has the same issue, but you have to rein them in because when they start getting 2 and 2 up, they start kind of getting out there and go, okay, what the hell are you talking about?
It's the same way
you got to filter it.
It's the same way how I feel about Dave Filoni at Star Wars. Someone also has to kind of rein him in.
And there's a structure. There's a structure there. There's a structure there.
That's the reason why Jon Favreau's there.
When Johns was doing things with DC films, there was no proper structure above him to say no.
Don't get me started.
No, same thing with comics. There was no proper structure over him saying no. And it's not his fault. If you're a thief in the night, you're going to steal until somebody stops you and says, "Don't steal no more."
I would say this: the only thing that Jeff Johns did great in live action was Stargirl, because that was his show dedicated to his sister, and I watched the show the first 3, and that was a good show, and that's the only thing he did good in live action. All his DC work is trash. Like the live action DC,
he's always been put in situations where there's high liability, where if he messes up, it fucks up a lot of things. I'm sorry, but if you fuck up on the CW, not enough people watch the CW to have a ripple effect.
You just reminded me of something. Did you see that picture of Joker getting pregnant in the comics today? What the fuck is that about?
I was hoping somebody wouldn't bring that up, but I didn't read that yet. Somebody sent me a picture of it because I guess they needed.
What the fuck is that about?
I don't know. I don't want to know, but I'll probably find out tomorrow when I go in.
Did you hear about that? What's the one in the bottom?
That's Zatanna. That was Zatanna who made
Jacob. Brodan. He's talking to you, Brodan.
Yeah, Ronan.
Did you hear about it? Nerdette covered it. She said it's not what it is, but yeah, I did see something about that. I don't pay attention.
Didn't just say it was Zatanna who made him pregnant? Was it Zatanna or something?
Apparently, that's not what happened. I know you have to watch her video on it. But apparently that's not what happened. I didn't watch her video, but her title says, no, that's not what happened.
Oh, Zatanna makes Joker pregnant. Of course,
it might be just an illusion. I think it might have just been an illusion for all we know. But
yeah, giving her power.
William, can we talk about how J.J. Abrams stole $500 million from Warner Brothers?
He didn't.
He didn't. Actually, he really
gave
didn't.
It to him.
They gave it to him. They didn't. Yep. They didn't let him do anything, and that's it. And
bad management wasted.
Bad management once again.
You know what the $500 million could do? That could have saved the DC universe.
They brought him in to do something that was A, stupid as hell, B, stupid as hell, C, not unnecessary as hell, and then he didn't do it because they realized, holy shit, we just wasted this money on something that's not going to happen, doesn't need to happen, and he just kind of did nothing, and that was it.
It's so crazy how we was this close to getting Doctorio, Justice League Dark, and W be like, nah, let's get fucking JJ. Fuck you. I hate that shit.
I said, there's just so many decisions that get traced back to awful management. And like I said, I am willing to roll with the punches of what's coming because I don't think it could be worse than what we had the last 5 years.
Don't say that.
I don't. Well, no, because the kind of people involved in the structure that's been set up. See, the last 5 years had a bunch of people who weren't genre people. At least you have 2 genre people that are involved now. And the structure is they answer directly to one guy. And that guy answers to the shareholders. Prior to the last 5 years, there was too many people that didn't know what the hell they were doing. And there was too many of them. And there was too many levels of them. All right. And then you had stockholders that were AT&T people who just wanted to cut and run. So yeah, it's a different situation now. I think
like WB need to stop saying, "Oh, we're making the black Clark Kent Superman movie." No, you're not. Stop it.
Yeah, they need to stop pandering. I don't think it's ever going to happen, and I think
it's ridiculous, and I think it's insulting, and actually, it's very insulting. It's not just pandering; it's insulting to the actually two black Supermen that exist. That's ridiculous.
Oh, which one? Calvin Ellis?
Calvin Ellis, or the other one. Yeah, we don't need to make a black Clark Kent. You have two black Supermans. How are you going to insult? How are you going to insult those two characters?
Oh, you have Icon. You have Icon.
Yeah, the same Icon. Oh wait, so really, do you know who Robert Meyer Burnett is?
Yeah, I watch him every day on the John Campea show.
I just can't believe what he's been saying about how DC should be more fun and colorful or something like that. And I'm just like, dude, I thought you were a comic book reader.
Here's the problem.
DC works as best when it's dark. Like
DC needs to be diversified. There are multiple levels. It needs to be diversified. You can't just go one tone.
Well, I get that, but it cringes every time when you hear him say that Zack Snyder's movies are like they're metal. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean metal? They're not.
Now that I do agree with him when he's saying they're metal. Okay, for those of you who, when you put heavy metal side by side with all other genres, there's just a different level. There's just a different edge when it comes to edge. So I do agree with him there. The problem with him and anybody else who says that, you can't. They're not film execs. I know Robert Meyer Burnett has a lot of years in the film industry, but he's never been in the captain's chair when it comes to profit and loss. And you have to look around the atmosphere in the society you live in and present characters that will go along. Does it have to be gloom and doom all the time? No, but not life isn't gloom and doom. You have to look around of what's going on in the world, and that is where your customer is coming from. So you have to have it all. You have to have it all.
The world's diversified. This has to be diversified. You can't just say, "Oh, it's one tone," or "No, that's ridiculous." It's because Marvel MCU isn't just like kiddie shit. There's undertones of darkness within it.
Oh yeah, trust me. That's why I don't like the MCU a whole lot. Is because I've grew up reading Marvel, and it's MCU is nothing like how it is in the comics.
I like some MCU stuff, but like I said, I think the MCU. My problems with the MCU are it's too cluttered. There's too many things happening that overlap and overlay over things that I like. And the more they add to it, the less I get of those certain things. And when characters get funneled into this clusterfuck, their characteristics are changed for the worst in some cases. They are changed to fit the narrative that they're telling, which is fine. But it's when it happens to the point of saturation, that's to the point where I get turned off. So like right now, when Marvel first came out with their movies, I saw every one of them. Phase 1, Phase 2, I just saw them all. These days, I pick and choose. I'm not going to go see every Marvel movie that comes out as it comes in the theater, especially with the advent of Disney Plus. And I can watch some of my movies.
My exact reaction. Yeah. Yes, but I think because they're building up the Secret Wars, a lot of this clutter is for a reason. We'll have to see how that translates. But yeah, right now there's way too many things coming from Marvel. And honestly, there's only like one project I'm even looking forward to right now, and that's Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Other than that, I don't care. I didn't pay money for Wakanda Forever. I'm not going to. I don't care to pay money for half this crap. To be honest with you, there's just too much crap coming out, and you need a minute, man. You need some diversity in what you want to watch, and there's way too much stuff for Marvel.
Marvel, there needs to be less of.
Yeah.
So it just.
Well, that's the thing.
They've always been about quantity over quality.
Right now, and the issue is, it's all leading to Secret Wars. That's the point. I get it, but for right now, it's a drag.
Secret Wars is so long away. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna wrap this up. I gave Enosh an extra hour, so everybody hit the like button.
Yeah,
everybody leave a comment, or if you agree or disagree. I mean, hey, that's what this whole forum is about. That's about it. Anybody got any really quick last words before
Not really. I mean, I got a new show, guys, coming out with me and Fade.
Right. Who cares? Anybody?
Screw you. All right.
Sorry. What was it?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I have a new show, guys, rolling out with me and Fade. We're doing a news channel. We're going to talk about stuff like this. This Saturday, we're probably going to talk about there's going to be more DC crap coming out by Saturday.
Is it going to be woke?
No, Anthony, it will not be goddamn woke. Well,
I almost put out my own outro instead of Enoch's. I don't even know where he keeps his in here. So I'm just going to say goodbye, everybody. Thank you for staying up late with us. I'm going to go watch more wrestling because for some reason staying up all night last night.
You can play yours.
Monet!
Right? Yeah. Did you watch Wrestle Kingdom?
I haven't watched Wrestle Kingdom, but I haven't had time. But I saw Monet came in. I'm very happy for her.
Yeah, she fucked up her finishing move, but that's fine.
I know. It's supposed to be so cool.
Yeah, but she's too tiny for that finishing move. She needs.
I know she is. She didn't. Yeah. She should be thinking of just the DDT. Just keep the DDT.
Yeah, that's a small Alexa Bliss. Everybody can do that move, but when you're
takes the steroids.
Nah, she's not on steroids. She if she needs to, but no, there was 2 matches.
No, I've seen Jordan Grace. That's steroids. Okay.
Yeah. If you are into wrestling at all, and if you're a wrestling geek, there's 2 matches on Wrestle Kingdom last night. Will Ospreay versus Kenny Omega might be the match of the year, and then Okada versus Jay White.
Wasn't Banks there?
Yeah, she was there. She came out and attacked the women's champion,
Kyrie.
And with some really she had some lion or leopard purple fire.
She had flame hair.
That shit was crazy, man. But she looked great.
I'm very happy for her.
Till she did that move, and then I realized just how that's what she did. She could injure people with that move. She does, but that's it. Hinder herself. But yeah, so I'm gonna go watch some more wrestling. And for you guys, I will be on the air depending on when Enoch says. I'll be on the air tomorrow night at 12:05, unless there's a Point Extra Lounge happening, and then I'll just be on that show. Everybody say bye.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Have a good night.
See you later.